Hey everyone, this is Prince Brightstar and welcome to Final Fantasy XIV. When I asked about doing a series related to this game, it was met with much approval. There's a few things I want to get out of the way first before we begin. Just give me a few minutes of your time, please. As you can see, this series is going to be live streamed, and with that there are a few things I need to make you aware of that in the past I've been able to compensate for. In the past, I have heavily edited content, and what you're hearing now is the only edited portion of this series. If for any reason I need to do editing, I'll let you know it's happening. Otherwise, I will not have that luxury once we begin here. As part of this lack of editing, many things I have cut out in the past you will be hearing from my microphone. This will include throat clearing or coughing, vocalizations, bone cracking, snorting, and the occasional crack of a soda being opened, and sounds outside my home, amongst other things. I'm letting you know about this now to prepare you for it. In many cases, these sounds are not in my control. However, given the nature of live streaming, I'm simply unable to hide these like I can when I can edit. Now, a brief background on my history with Final Fantasy and RPGs in general. As you saw in the teaser I put out, my main character is a max level character fully completed in normal content. Further back in my history, I've completed the following Final Fantasy games in order: 1, 4, Mystic Quest, 6, 5, 7, Chocobo Racing, Legend, which is technically a saga game, 10, 13, 13-2, 13 Lightning Returns. Yes, I was one of the few that actually enjoyed the Fabula Nova Crystal story for what it was, and it's still funny to think that in the end, the Falsi's plan actually did work. But I'm getting ahead of myself. I still have my NES and copy of Final Fantasy, so I am a bit of a game collector, but nowhere on the level of someone like the angry video game nerd. The rest of the Final Fantasy games I have at the very least played, but did not finish. I'm hoping the re-release of 12 will allow me the chance to complete that someday. Suffice it to say though, I hope I've shown I've at least been around the block enough to know what I'm doing here when it comes to Final Fantasy. Actually, despite my preference for the Phantasy Star series, I'm a fan of most Japanese RPGs, looking at games such as Seventh Saga, Dragon Quest, Lunar, Lufia, Chrono, and even a few tactical RPGs like Dragon Force and Shining Force. RPGs have just always been my preferred genre in gaming. Now, to explain what this series is, we're basically starting a brand new character and taking it to max level, and reaching the end of the story. If there's any time left before the Stormblood expansion comes out, we'll take the time to look at endgame content, but that really depends on how fast we level up and get through the story. And that's the key here. We're in it for the story. I will not be skipping cutscenes, however we won't be doing every little side quest. Just the ones that unlock things within the game, and maybe some that provide decent gear. Just as a quick note, this is not the start of the story. When Final Fantasy XIV was re-released as Final Fantasy XIV A Realm Reborn, it was the continuation of the story that began in Final Fantasy XIV version 1.0. If you want to learn about the events that took place in that game, I highly recommend looking up Ethos Azure's 1.0 to 1.23b story video. Also, while I have done voices in the past, I won't be doing them here. I'll still be reading the text, however you're just going to get my normal voice. Also, way down the line, we will likely jump over to my main character. This is why this new character looks the same as my main character. So, with all that said, I'm now going to turn this over to myself. Take it away, me from the future. Thank you very much. Hey everybody, this is Prince Brightstar, and let's go ahead and get this going. This is a brand new character on the Sargon Tennis server, and let's just get this going here.
Here. Feel.
Well, that is certainly one way to open things. Hey you. You alright, lad? You were moaning something fierce for a while there. Feeling the effects of the aether, I reckon. You'll get used to it, though. Don't worry. You there, halt! What's all this about? Inspection. Men, search the carriage. I'm just an honest peddler, friend. Sir, don't be too disappointed if you don't find nothing, eh? Mind your tongue, old man, lest I cut it out. Sir, look, Somnus. Honest peddler, was it? Since when do honest peddlers deal in prohibited herbs? You're in a lot of trouble, old man. You'll rot in a dungeon till the end of your days, unless you can afford the fine. Heh, business as usual. Whoa! Wah! Amalja! Amalja! To arms! To arms! Seven hells. Consider this a warning. Now go, all of you. Phew, that kind of excitement ain't good for the heart. You be careful round them brass blades, lad. Bastards'll have the shirt off your back if they fancy it. Like common bandits they are, only less honest. Thank the gods for sending some beastmen to the rescue, eh? Hey, seeing as we've still got a long ride ahead, you mind keeping me company till we arrive? Alright, you might be hearing something in the background here, actually. Apparently they're doing some work outside with the yard or something. They seem to have stopped for about an hour, but now they're starting up again, so I don't know what to tell you. Them young'uns don't care much for conversation, see. Brent's the name, and peddling's my game. Me trade. And judging by your unusual garments, I'll wager you're one of them new adventurers. I knew it. Going wherever the wind blows, seeking fortune and glory, now that's what I call living. So long as you can avoid dying, I mean. Ain't no secret that adventuring's a risky business, these days especially. What was it that first attracted you to it? I'd say to gain power. Power, as in, power to do good? Like protecting the weak, and fighting for what's right, and all that? I thought that's what you meant. Well, adventurers do get up to a lot of fighting, that's for sure. You'll never be short of a chance to polish your warcraft in the adventuring business. When you arrive in town, you'd best enroll at the Adventurers Guild. They'll set you on the right path. And it wouldn't hurt to join a guild neither. Ul'dah is home to a few, so if you fancy learning how to fight with a sword, your fists, or even spells, you should think about seeking one out. Just remember, though, there are more important things than fortune and glory, such as breathing. Ain't no profit in being dead, and that's a fact. By the by, is this your first trip to Ul'dah? I've been there before, but I will say no. But of course it ain't. Still, might be as this journeyed internet has a few new things to teach you about your destination. Ahem. Ul'dah is ruled by the Sultana in name, but as most folk know, the Syndicate holds all the real power. Them and their monetarist cronies would happily get rid of her grace altogether, but that won't happen while she still commands the loyalty of the Royalists, and the Royalists are nothing if not loyal. These factions have long fought over power, throwing the weight of their wealth against each other, and they show no sign of stopping. Of course, the Lizard Men, that's the Ul'dah, couldn't care less about Ul'dah politics. They have their own interests, see, and they ain't afraid to use force to serve them. They say war is the gift to peddlers. Need breed and profit, and though it shames me to say it, I'm inclined to agree. Ah, at long last. Behold Ul'dah, jewel of Thanalan, where folk turn sand into gold.
Deep in the sun-baked south, surrounded by the shifting sands of an endless desert, she rises. A solitary rose amidst the dust and rock, a symbol of defiance. Her name, Ul'dah. Even with the coming of the seventh umbral era, hope springs eternal for the mongers and merchants who vie for lost fortunes in this bustling oasis. As the twin faces of Nold Thal maintain their vigil over all that has been and shall be, the present proffers a brave soul. One whose arrival could mark the beginning of a new era of prosperity for the realm.
And here's where we part ways, lad. I'm off to the markets to deliver me wares. Then it's on to the high road for me. Here, I want you to have this, by way of thanks for putting up with me prattle. You never did tell me your name, though. Hey, but here's an idea. Become the sort of storied personage I can brag about having met, and I'll consider us square.
May the traders nurture our fortunes as they kindle the flames which burn within us all. For by fire are we reborn.
Oi, venturer, over here. I mean you. Fresh off the carriage, by any chance? Eh? How can I tell? Heh. Name's Wymond, and my business is knowing every bugger's else. Now then, what if I was to offer you some invaluable advice by way of welcome to our fair city, free of charge? Even just this once, like. Okay, welcome to Ul'dah, the shining beacon of prosperity rising from the deserts of Thanalan. Please select your control scheme. I'm going to be going with a mouse and keyboard. Okay, so follow the instructions to move your character and adjust the position of the camera. So WASD does movement. When you are ready to proceed, speak to Wymond. Alright, we're going to say no to this. And so this is Ul'dah. This is one of the main cities in the game. At this point, we are actually inside of an instanced area. And so we're not seeing any of the other players around here. Let's go ahead and talk to Wymond. These things are going to be popping up throughout our adventure here. This talks about initiating quests. Non-player characters offering quests can be recognized by the exclamation mark above their head. Right-click the mark to bring up the quest window. So once you've initiated a quest, a prompt will appear detailing its objectives and rewards. So, coming to Ul'dah, to be recognized as an adventurer in the city-state of Ul'dah, you must register yourself with the Adventurers Guild. Tis plain to anyone with eyes that you don't know your way around here. If I let you go wandering off down the nearest dark alley, you're certain to get mugged or worse, and I don't want that on my conscience. So before you do anything else, you'll want to head on over to the quicksand and speak to Momodi. She's the master of the Adventurers Guild and can set you on the right path. Just take those steps over yonder and pass through the double doors. You'll find her inside. And that's as much as you're getting for free. Good luck with the adventurer. Okay, you have begun a quest. Use the duty list to help you complete your task. So that is over here. Upon accepting a quest, the current objectives will appear under the quest title in the duty list. On the right side of the screen, a maximum of 5 quests can be displayed at once. You can also... Oh, actually, there's a second page. Clicking on the title will open the quest in your journal, allowing you to review objectives and rewards. You can also do that by pressing the J key. So complete a quest by right-clicking the NPC with a check mark displayed above his or her head. Completing quests will earn you a variety of rewards from items and guild to experience points. Why, hello there. Who might you be? If you're looking to join the Adventurers Guild, you've come to the right place. Name's Momodi, and I own this fine establishment, if it pleases you. I also manage the Adventurers Guild here in Ul'dah, so you might say that looking after green adventurers like yourself is my vocation. And lucky for you that it is. Without someone like me to steer you right, you'd soon find yourself out in the middle of nowhere, caught up in business you don't understand. Like our conflict with the Ul'dah, for example. They've been plaguing the Sultanate for nigh on, forever now. Then there's the Garlean Empire. None can say for sure what they're plotting these days. Only that they are. Aye, the people drink and make merry, but underneath it all, there's worry. Worry and a lingering feeling of loss. And little wonder, it's scarce been 5 years since the Lesser Moon cracked open like a giant egg, releasing an abomination intent on turning the realm into an eighth hell. So much was lost in the blink of an eye. 'Twas like the end of the world had come at last. But then things begin to get foggy. Everyone's got their own version of what happened next. Some of them 2 or 3. You'd think people would remember something like that, but the fact is, they don't. Nobody does. There's one thing the survivors agree on, though. The part played by a band of adventurers who laid down their lives for a realm that wasn't their own. They fought valiantly, and like so many others, they never returned. Deeds worth remembering. I'm sure you'll agree. It's just a shame our recollections of those brave heroes are just as jumbled as those of the calamity itself. Whenever we try to call their faces to mind, it's like they're standing between us and the midday sun, permanently silhouetted. I'll bet that sounds poetic to you, doesn't it? Well, it's not. It's bloody and infuriating. But even if we can't remember them, we'll not let them be forgotten, and so we call them the Warriors of Light. And they'll forever stand as a shining example of what adventurers can achieve. That's why I welcome new arrivals like yourself to our fair city. All I ask is that you lend a helping hand and try to leave Ul'dah in a better state than you found her. If you can promise that, I'd be happy to let you join the guild. Alright then, a promise is a promise now. I'm counting on your help to put the past behind us. We need people working and spending and bickering like the old days. And a happy and prosperous Ul'dah means more business for the quicksand, too. Any road, let's make this official. Go ahead and write your name in the register, neat as you can. Prince Brightstar. Well, ain't that a charming name? Just rolls off the tongue, it does. Alright, Mr. Brightstar. On behalf of the Adventurers Guild, I officially... Please, sir, be merciful. 12 as my witness, I swear to you, I'll bring you your money. In the East, it is said that even a merciful god might be driven to vengeance if thrice blasphemed. Be grateful you were given a 4th chance to offend. You two, attend to this scum. No, please, mercy. Well, ain't that a sorry sight? Nor an uncommon one, if I'm honest. Don't worry, though. If you work hard, I doubt you'll end up like him. Just the same, if you ever need a bit of advice about one thing or another, pay me a visit. Just don't go bothering me every time you stub your bloody toe is all right? Of course, I do enjoy hearing tell of a gentleman's woes with the womenfolk from time to time. Any road, welcome to Ul'dah, Prince. Take a moment to catch your breath, and I'll teach you a little about our fair city. Okay, so that completes the first quest. This concludes the introductory game tutorial. You have taken the first step as an adventurer in the city of Ul'dah. Listen well to the wisdom of Momodi Modi, then go forth and discover the incredible adventures that await you. Okay, main scenario quests. Important quests used to tell the story of Eorzea and her people are called main scenario quests. These tasks are easily distinguishable from others by their unique icon. Quests using this icon indicate a task or series of tasks are tied to new duties or features you have yet to unlock. Okay, so let's talk to Momodi here, close to home. Momodi, the proprietress of the Quicksand, wants you to perform 3 tasks that will help you learn the fundamentals of adventuring. Before you go charging off to find your fortune, I have a few basic tasks I'd like you to perform so as to help you get to know the place. First of all, I want you to visit the Aetheryte Plaza. To get there, head west from here till you reach Emerald Avenue. Then look to the north. You should see a giant floating crystal called an Aetheryte. If it weren't for the Aetherites, traveling around Eorzea would be a damn sight more troublesome than it is. Of course, you still need to attune with them before you can use them, so be sure to do that with the one in the plaza. You ever attuned with an Aetherite before, Prince? If not, just lay your hand on the thing and you'll see what I mean. When you've done that, I want you to pay a visit to the Gladiators Guild over at the Colosseum. Assuming that sword ain't just for show, you might consider training there. And finally, I want you to visit the Sapphire Avenue Exchange over on the Steps of Thal. Goods from all across Eorzea and beyond turn up there every day. You'll have no trouble finding armor, weapons, or anything else a fledgling adventurer like yourself might need. You might say that everything's for sale here in Ul'dah, as long as you've got the gil. Just make sure you don't pay more than you ought, Prince. There's plenty as won't scruple to swindle unsuspecting foreigners like yourself, especially if they think no one's looking out for their best interests. Which is why I'm giving you this letter. When you visit the exchange, find a gentleman named Ciceroga and give it to him. He'll be happy to tell you about the markets once he's read it. In short then, visit the Aetheryte Plaza, the Gladiators Guild, and the Sapphire Avenue Exchange. Simple. Oh, but before you go, a word of advice. While there's more than a few unsavory characters out there who will try to take advantage of you, there are also some honest-to-goodness problems who you should consider offering a helping hand to. A lot of folk are lured to this city by the promise of wealth and power. What many of them fail to realize is that instead of chasing after gil the moment they get here, they ought to be making friends. Let it be known that you're willing to give as much as you get, as much as you get, and opportunities will come your way. Speaking of which, you should speak with the smith over yonder. Those lads always have some good advice for the up-and-coming adventurers. Otherwise, that's about it from me. It's past time you got going. Oh, and let me know when you've finished, will you? That way I won't spend my days worrying that you're down to your small clothes without a gil to your name. So, regarding the smith, we actually will not be talking to him. At least not yet. Okay, we are out of the instance area, so now we can see all the other players in the game at this point here. So let's kind of read through these that are now stacking up here. Sanctuaries. A crescent moon icon will appear to the right of your experience bar whenever you enter a sanctuary. While in this special area, you will accrue a rested bonus. The bonus will continue to grow even if you are offline. All experience earned through battle, crafting, and gathering, while under the benefit of rested bonus, will be increased by 50%. Your current rested bonus is displayed on top of your experience bar. The dark orange bar shows how much more experience can be earned before the bonus fades. If the bar is blue, it indicates your bonus will carry over to the next level. Inns in all 3 city-states, as well as various outposts and settlements, are classified as sanctuaries. To maximize your experience earning potential, make it a habit to always log out in one of these areas. And if anything, that is going to be one of the mistakes I may make here, because when you're at max level, you don't have to worry about this kind of thing. So, I would appreciate it if anybody could assist me with doing that. If I happen to forget as we're closing out a stream, but we're still going for quite some time here today. Okay, main menu. The main menu grants quick and easy access to most of the game's main features. For example, selecting character under character opens a window containing your character's various attributes and currently equipped gear. Selecting journal under duty displays a list of current and completed quests and live quests. More about that later on. If you wish to customize the game's various settings, including key binding, HUD layout, system configuration, they can be accessed via system. Select active help to redisplay these tutorial messages. We are going to take a look at these before we close out for today, but like I said, we're still going for a bit. Game progress is saved automatically, so there are no in-game save or load functions. However, to prevent data from being lost or corrupted, it is strongly recommended that you end each playing session by selecting logout or exit game from the system menu. Okay, and navigation. Press M on your keyboard to selecting the minimap, or selecting map under travel from the main menu in the lower right hand corner of your screen will bring up the area map. If a quest objective is located in that area, it will be indicated with a special icon. Okay, so that clears out all of those. Let's start to make our way over to the first target that we have here. Let me also bring out the minimap a bit. And actually, before we do that, I want to pick up a few items here. As you can see, I've got some mail up here. Let's go over here to the delivery Moogle. Greetings, tall one. I am a delivery Moogle. Kupo! Oh, I know what you're thinking. Moogles are supposed to hide in trees and avoid contact with outsiders. Why ever would they agree to carry about letters? Why indeed. If I had my way, I'd be curled up under the canopy of a nice oak dreaming about some beautiful Mooglet with a rainbow-colored pom-pom, Kupo. But no, the moon had to go and drop from the sky, causing all of that terrible commotion. Aetherites were shattered and link pearls rendered useless. For moons, the poor, wingless people of Eorzea had no way of communicating with each other, beyond screaming at the top of their lungs, which no one really approved of, Kupo. That is, until the little horned ones asked us to assist them by delivering messages. At first we were wary of showing ourselves, worried that one of you might catch us and skin us, like you do every other forest furry. But once we saw how much we were appreciated, we knew we'd found our new calling. And I personally promised to try and not read any along the way, Kupo. Look what we have here. 5 new letters have just arrived for you, Kupo. Okay, so all these are from the Final Fantasy XIV dev team. First one is actually very special here. Let me open this first here. Moogle delivery service can be accessed by speaking with one of the main delivery Moogles stationed throughout Eorzea, or by clicking on a Moogle letterbox. The service can be used to send messages, items, and guild to anyone on your friend list. Clicking the new button located in the upper right hand corner of the mobile delivery service window will open the letter editor. In addition to composing your message, this interface can be used to specify a recipient as well as attach Gillen items. Okay, so this message is from the dev team. Thank you for playing Final Fantasy XIV. Encloses a file of Fantasia awarded to all those who purchased the original Final Fantasy XIV at release. Just to clarify, I actually participated as a beta tester back then, and I saw all the issues that were coming way before everybody else did, in terms of just the design of that particular version of the game. This item will grant you a single opportunity to edit your appearance in the character creation screen upon your next login. Please note that you must remove all gear before logging out to begin this process. Now, given that this character looks like my main character, unless I decide to change that, we're not going to be taking advantage of this, but I will at least grab it. So, using items, some items can be used, granting various effects such as instant HP restoration, attribute boosts, and more. Using an item is as simple as selecting Use from the item's subcommands. All items with recast timers cannot be used again until the timer has expired. This is all stuff that we will get into once we get into combat here. You have obtained an untradeable item. This item is yours and yours alone, and cannot be sold or traded. Okay, next. Encloses a set of Black Mage Barding and a Minion of Light. May they blaze the way to a brighter future. Let's take those. So, minions. You have obtained a whistle with which you can summon your very own minion. To call the minion action, you must first use the whistle. Once you have used the item, a new entry will appear in the minion guide. Let's see. Yeah, this is just going over how all this works. If you're KO'd, your minion will simply wander off back to wherever it is. It rests until you call it again. You have obtained a unique item. As this item is special, you can never possess more than one at a time. So these are essentially just rewards for continuously playing the game. So encloses a BDI minion and a Voidal Resonator for summoning an Ahriman mount. May they offer insight into a world beyond our own. So let's grab these. And let's open up the item pack here. Let's go ahead and start using these. Okay, actually, let's clear out the rest of the mail first here. Encloses a Black Chocobo Chick minion and a Cascadier Union Voucher. Let's grab those. And encloses a Wind-Up Cursor minion and a file of Fantasia. Okay, let's end our conversation with the delivery Moogle, and now we should be able to use these. So, we can summon a Minion of Light. This barding is used for a Chocobo, which we will obtain later down the road. There's the BDI Minion. Voidal Resonator. Now, even though we just obtained this mount, we cannot use it until later in the game. We need permission to use it. Okay, and so now, if we go under Character here, and we go under the Minion Guide, we can see the 4 minions that we now have. And I'm going to go ahead and bring out BDI. And there it is. It's a cutie. Alright, with that, let's go ahead and make our way over to the Aetheryte Plaza. The button I just pushed here is Sprint. It removes all of my TP points, but it allows me to run much faster. And when you're in cities, you pretty much want to be using that non-stop. Okay, you attune to the Aetheryte. Hail, adventurer. Might you have come at the behest of Miss Momodi of the Quicksand? Excellent. Which brings us to the matter of the attunement fee. That will be 100,000 gil, if you please, sir. I don't think so, pal. Apologies, but I do so relish the opportunity to make that jest. The look on your face was absolutely priceless. But the fact that you were so easily deceived suggests to me that you're unfamiliar with the use of aetherites. Allow me to explain. These crystalline agglomerations tap into ethereal energies and are primarily used as a mean to travel swiftly from one place to another. Perchance you have heard of return and teleport? Well, these transportation spells make direct use of aetherites and their connection to the flow of aether. Given that there is an aetherite in almost every corner of Eorzea, any adventurer with a mind to explore the realm will wish to seek out and attune himself to each and every one. But even if you have no intention of wandering beyond the Sultanate's borders, it would be prudent for you to attune yourself to any aetherites you encounter from now on. I pray you found that informative. Should you wish to learn more about aetherites or transportation magic, I should be happy to answer your questions. So, return is a spell. You return with the aetherite. You are now able to use the return spell. So, there's even an in-game hint here. The spell return can be used to instantly travel back to the aetherite set as your home point. Casting the spell does not require any MP and can be accessed by selecting return under travel from the main menu. The sole limitation of the spell is that it can only be cast once every 15 minutes in Earth time. Okay, so basically this has a recast time and it will send you back to whatever aetherite you want it to be attuned to. If that is on cooldown or if you want to go somewhere else, you're going to use teleport instead. Alright, let's make our way over now to the Gladiators Arena. And one thing that you can also do here is if you want to move the camera a bit, you can use your mouse wheel to zoom in and out. You can even go first person using the home key, but in general I would not recommend that. Okay, so the Gladiators Guild is over here. And my BDI is getting in the way. Welcome to the Gladiators Guild, friend. Tell me, are you new to the thrills of Mortal Kombat? Well, whether you are or not, you are new to us. If you would take your place in these hallowed halls, you must be willing and ready to undergo the most rigorous training. You must endure cuts and bruises beyond counting, and like as not far worse. A daunting prospect, I concede, but there is no other way if you mean to take to the blood sands one day. And why wouldn't you? The Colosseum is only the most celebrated place of public entertainment in all of Ul'dah. Where else could a poor man amass a fortune so vast as to one day allow him to claim a seat on the syndicate? There's not an Ul'dah alive who isn't inspired by the rise of the self-made man. And there is no truer embodiment of this than the gladiator who wins riches and fame with his sword. Throughout its long and storied history, this guild has nurtured countless champions. Our training methods are second to none, and our members ever strive to develop new techniques. If you desire true glory, to fight in triumph, amidst the roar of 10,000 voices, then this is where you belong, adventurer. Think of it, your legacy, and if your soul stirs, join us. Okay, we visited, Now let's talk to this person again, since they now have a quest, Way of the Gladiator. Lulutsu wishes you to reaffirm your desire to join the Gladiators Guild. What will it be? Will you rise above the masses and inscribe your name in legend, or will you resign yourself to mediocrity and die in obscurity? Yeah, I don't think saying no is really an option here. A decision you shan't regret. One moment. Make way for Prince Brightstar. Fresh meat coming through. Now then, before your enrollment can be considered complete, you must present yourself to First Sword Mila. Seek her out and obtain her approval. And she would be over here. I heard Lulutsu. So you're Prince Brightstar. 'Tis a good, strong name. On behalf of the Gladiators Guild, allow me to welcome you. I'm Mila, Guildmaster here. So you wish to study our arts. I presume you have your reasons for choosing the sword over all other weapons. Perhaps you think it's easiest to learn. A sword is a simple weapon, but to wield a blade well is anything but simple. For every Colosseum champion to emerge from our ranks, there have been countless disappointments who failed to achieve greatness. Bear that in mind before you answer me, Prince, for I do not ask this question lightly. Have you the strength to live by the sword, and, if be your fate, die by it? I do. Then welcome, Gladiator, to your new home. Let's not waste time, shall we? I would gauge your aptitude for the sword. Just outside the gates of Ul'dah, you'll find plenty of marmots, hornets, and shrews. Slay 3 of each and return here when finished. A simple task, but essential to your training nonetheless. Now go. We are going to take that on shortly here, but there are other things that we need to do for Momodi. Now this thing right here, this is an Aethernet shard, and they are connected to the Aetherites. And you want to make sure that you attune to each and every single one that you find in a city. And the reason for that, let's see, you now have access to the Aethernet. Quick travel throughout the city can be achieved by simply placing your hand upon Aethernet shards. Attuning with the shard has granted you access to the city-state's Aethernet. Okay, that's just repeating the same thing. The reason you want to attune to every one of them in the city, and not just the ones that you come across as you're going to and fro on your quest, is once you attune to every single one in the city, they will unlock special ones that give you quick access to the exit of the city. And so we're just going to kind of make our way around here and attune to all of them before we proceed here. Let's see, we got one over here. And now let's make our way up here, where there's 2 more we need to get. Okay, that's one of them. And the second is over here. Okay, and now we're actually going to head back over to the Gladiators Guild. and pick up a couple more. Actually, I think we just have one more. I think it's raining. Okay, it looks like we did actually have one more to get. And I know which one it is. It's going to be the one right over here. Okay, you have attuned yourself to all the Aethernet shards in Ul'dah, the Gate of Null, the Gate of Thal, and the Gate of Sultana, and the airship landing are now accessible as Aethernet destinations. And it holds me in place here until all these little messages display. Here we go. Alright, so here's the whole list of destinations within the city. Let's now head over here, as there's one more thing we need to do for Momodi. And here is Cesaroga. And you are? Ho, a newly come adventurer. But of course, yes, I am Cesaroga. What can I do for you? Ah, you would have me teach you the ways of the marketplace? Very wise. As for my fee, what? You expect me to do it for free? Surely you jest. My dear adventurer, when you ask an Ul'dah for a favor, you should at least try to make it worth his while. Judging by your garb, I rather doubt you could afford my services, but the fact you offer nothing is laughable. Okay, so, at this point, this just opened up the key item menu here, and this allows us to grab the letter of introduction that Momodi gave us. So we can hand that in like that, or the other thing we can do is we can just right-click and it just pops right up. Oh, Mistress Momodi instructed you to seek me out, did she? Consider yourself fortunate to have such influential friends. I shall be brief, and you shall be attentive. You stand in the Sapphire Avenue Exchange, the busiest and most profitable marketplace in the Sultanate. Being advantageously situated in relation to the other city-states, Ul'dah's markets have ever served as both the literal and figurative centers of Eorzean commerce. All the great overland trade routes lead to our city, and the majority of maritime trade between Vilbrand and Aldenard passes through our ports. Because of this, countless companies and consortia have chosen Ul'dah as their base of operations. They see to it that this marketplace is awash with merchants and moneylenders day and night. Anything a man could ever desire can be purchased here, provided as he has sufficient funds. Surely there is something you seek, adventurer. A deadlier sword, perhaps, or a shinier trinket? Whatever it is you want, the exchange will have it. To the north, you will find merchants peddling armors and accessories, curatives, and crafting materials. And to the south, you will find weapons, tools, and an assortment of other useful items for sale. Seek out a particular merchant or browse to your heart's content, but do try to remain aloof should you find something that piques your interest. Decisions made in the heat of the moment are usually unwise, especially where coin is concerned. That is all the complimentary aid you shall receive from me, and far too much for my taste. My regards to Momodi. Now off with you. Okay. And this is basically saying the same thing I just said a moment ago here about handing over items. So, with that complete, let's now head back over to Momodi. And I think there's a dog barking outside. How was your tour of the city, Prince? Get lost, did you? Aye, well, Ul'dah is a big place with lots to see and do, but wandering around aimlessly don't pay the bills. If you're serious about making a living here, you need to remember where things are. So when you go exploring, explore like you've got a purpose, eh? Alright then, all that's left for you to work hard, make money, and spend it here at the quicksand. Okay, and with that, that completes the first quest of the main scenario quest. So, what we need to do now here, as you can see, the icon here has this little key here, and that means we can't start the next quest just yet for the main scenario. If we were to click on it here, it says we need to be level 4 to start it here. So, at this point, let's make our way out of town, and let's take care of this quest here where we need to slay a bunch of creatures. Like I said, we are starting from level 1, so we are going to have to start from, you know, start on the really small fry, essentially. So I think we want the Gate of Ul'dah. Okay, here we go. So battle. Right-click on the target to switch to active mode and ready auto attack. Approach and face the target to battle. Let's see. The rotating arrows will appear over the target you are currently attacking. And that's talking about this right here. Various actions such as spells and weapon skills can be performed by clicking icons located in the hotbar. Most actions require magic points or tactical points to execute, in addition to having recast times of various lengths. The global cooldown in this game is 2.5 seconds, I believe, which is a lot slower than other MMOs, but I've found that that allows you to kind of calculate what's going on and gives you a better chance to react to a situation. Disciples of Magic and Disciples of War who specialize in ranged attacks, such as archers, are best suited fighting their targets from a distance. The range and radius of an action can also be confirmed in the help window. We are going in as a gladiator, so that is not going to pertain to us, at least not right now. Achievements. Congratulations, you just received your first achievements. Achievements are earned by reaching certain milestones during your adventures in Eorzea, and there are achievements for just about everything. There are also rewards granted upon attaining certain achievements. Some of these include rare weapons and armor, other titles which can be added to your display name to showcase your greatness. Achievement rewards can be claimed by Jonathas in Old Gridania. That is another city similar to Ul'dah. We will get there eventually. So, we've got all these creatures with these circle icons above their head. These are the targets that we need to go after here. So, let's just go ahead and initiate combat. And this here is the skill that we have initially at level 1. This is called Fast Blade, and it delivers an attack with a potency of 150. So, experience points. In the event multiple solo players attack the same target, the player who attacks first will always receive 100% of the experience points and items dropped. And an item you have equipped is now bound to you and can no longer be traded or put up on the market for sale. Most items can be sold and traded freely before they are used in battle, crafting, or gathering. This is true regardless of whether or not they have been equipped. However, performing one of these 3 actions after equipping a new piece of gear will bind that item to you. Basically, it's saying once you use something, it's going to be yours at that point. That doesn't apply to everything, but it does apply to a lot of things in terms of what you can equip. Okay, we just leveled up, and that just gave us access to this Rampart ability, and this reduces damage taken by 10%. Let's go after this huge hornet here. Now you may also be noticing this chain bonus below here. When you attack targets of equal or greater level than your own, it starts the bonus, and by attacking more and more creatures you will get a bonus applied to the experience you gain. And you can see that in the chat log right here. Okay, that is 2 of the hornets. Let's take out the 3rd. Okay, and now we're just looking for the snapping shrews. I believe those are over here. Okay, there goes the first one. And it looks like we got this other player joining us here. Okay, let's take out this last one here while we read this. High quality items. You have obtained a high quality item. HQ items can be identified by their icon as well as by the special mark that appears after their name. Now, I just want to verify here. This is going to give us 100 experience, but we still need to reach level 4 here. So, let's keep taking out targets here. HQ gear will often have better stats than normal quality items, while HQ materials used in synthesis will sometimes yield better results. These features make them more attractive to prospective buyers, resulting in higher selling prices. Okay, we just reached level 3 there. Okay, I don't think we'll be able to reach... or rather, I don't think we'll be able to get another kill in before the chain bonus is gone. Okay, we just initiated another chain bonus. And hopefully this one will propel us high enough that we're able to finish up what we need to do here. And get us to at least 1,000 out of 1100 experience points. And that way, when we turn in the quest to Mila, it'll give us level 4 then. HQ items cannot be stacked with normal quality items. That was the other part of that. Now, I'm not taking enough damage at this point to really merit using Rampart. And I do see that we do have more viewers showing up at this point here. Hello. Alright, we're getting close here. I think we'll just need one more target after this one. Okay, there we go. So with that, let's go ahead and cast Return now. And let's make our way over to the Gladiators Guild. And I just realized, even though I have the Aethernet shard available, I sometimes still just run over here. Welcome back, Prince. I take it you've dispatched the beast, and with ease. Rest assured that there will be far greater challenges to come. If you wish to master the sword, you must test yourself against a wide variety of foes. To this end, I present you this hunting log. It contains information on creatures ideal for a gladiator in training. You will doubtless gain valuable experience should you seek out and slay them. It is only with such practice that you will recognize and eliminate the deficiencies in your technique. Your training under me shall continue once the haft sits so snugly in your hand that you cannot imagine holding aught else. Until then, Prince. So the next gladiator quest will be available from Mila upon reaching level 5. Okay, so we had kind of a bunch of things all happen at the same time here. So let's go over this item here first, or this action. So Savage Blade delivers an attack with a potency of 100. It has an additional effect of increased enmity. Enmity is this game's version of aggro, if you've played any other MMOs. So basically, Gladiator is designed as a tanking class. And the way it works is you want to use Fast Blade first, and then you use Savage Blade, and that is what the combo action does. And by doing that, you get a combo potency of 200, rather than just 100. So I'm going to put that next to the Fast Blade here. And melee-oriented classes such as Gladiator and Marauder can chain together their weapon skills. Pretty much the same thing I just said. Let's see. Some weapon skills must be delivered from a specified direction to maximize their damage. That does not apply to Gladiators. When a weapon skill can be changed into a combo, its hotbar icon will be outlined with a flashing yellow border. So you'll be able to see that once we go into combat again. Alright, hunting log. The hunting log is a record of your completion of tasks involving the slaying of certain creatures. By completing these tasks, you will earn rewards and unlock new challenges. The log can be accessed via logs found in the main menu or by pressing H on your keyboard. Once the log is open, select a class and difficulty to view the available challenges. So, and targets indicated in your hunting log will have a special icon above their display name, making it easier to locate the creatures. So, a couple of things here. So, a couple of things we want to never forget, now that we're kind of at this point here. Never forget your hunting log. This is important. It will give you so much experience as you are leveling up. In addition to that, you always want to make sure you do your class quest when it becomes available before proceeding on with the main scenario quest. And the reason is, at certain points, you gain either new equipment, including new weapons, which will do higher damage, or it will also give you a new action that you can take. And some of those are very important to being able to play your class correctly, especially once we start getting into parties. After that, then of course you want to follow the main scenario. But when you see a hunt target, never forget to go immediately after it, because you always want to be thinking about getting that experience. The experience does not change as you level up. So it doesn't matter if you do it at level 5 or if you do it at level 49. It only matters when you reach max level, basically. When you can't gain anymore. Alright, let's talk to Momota here. We must rebuild. Momota of the Quicksand wants to introduce you to a certain someone at the Ul'dah dispatch yard. Well, youngling, how are you finding our fine Ul'dah then? Got your bearings about you yet? If so, mayhap it's time you ventured beyond the city walls. The bustling streets of Ul'dah are one thing, but the wilds of Thanalan, that's another altogether. I know a bloke you might fancy speaking to, and he you. Name of Papashan. You'll find him over at the Ul'dah dispatch yard. No doubt he'll have some work for you. The dispatch yard's over in central Thanalan. Just head out the door across the hall, and you'll see the Gate of Nuld staring right back at you. Pass through it and head east. You'll come upon it 'fore long. There's dangers beyond the wall, though. More than I care to count. Nothing too terrible, mind you, but feisty enough to attack if you draw near. Don't say nobody cared enough to warn you. Okay, let's make our way out of here. And whoever's dog that is going to be in trouble. There are town ordinances here. Okay, so following the minimap, we head over here. Okay, the Fate system. So, Fate is short for Full Active Time Event. These public quests occur periodically in real time around Eorzea. And it looks like this player is trying to take it on. That is level 5, and to be frank, I know that particular Fate. That one is a bit hard to take on at this level. But we do have some hunt targets here. When you sense a Fate nearby, a message will appear on screen. The type of Fate in progress can be identified by its map icon. Mousing over the icon will display the Fate title. So, let's try this combo out, Savage Blade. And so, right now the combo that we have is 1, 2. Yep, see, that player had to run away there because they were getting wrecked by that. Okay, and so that clears up the Star Mama, and this is basically what the hunting log looks like here. So, whenever we see one of these creatures, we need to take it out, so that way we get the bonus experience, and we need to take out all of them in order to unlock new ranks as we proceed through the game. And it looks like Snapping Shrews was also on that list. And while I'm doing that, let me do one other thing. Here we go. Okay, that clears up the Snapping Shrew. And now let's talk to Papa Shan. Well, you certainly look the part of an adventurer, my friend. Might you be the good soul Momodi advised me to expect, I am Papa Shan, station master of this humble dispatch yard. An empty title, I assure you. I am no more than a tired old Lalafell passing his final years in quiet solitude. 12 know that there have been plenty of both these last 5 years since the calamity struck. The devastation was vast. Yet now true Uldahs work together, doing all in our power to rebuild what was laid to ruin. By the sweat of our brows and the love of our home, we have rebuilt Ul'dah to the grandeur and majesty that you see today. The railways which run through this dispatch yard, too, were born of noble efforts of a great many souls. But there is still much work to be done. The wounds left by the calamity run deep. Isolated areas beyond our lines of supply remain, and there are places yet wanting for relief and restoration. Ul'dah needs the aid of you and your brethren, friend. In fact, never has our need been more dire. Which brings me to the point, I suppose. I do believe I may have some work situated to one of your ability. And so that completes that quest. Alright, so we just leveled up. That brought us to level 5. Now here's what we're going to do for this. We are going to go ahead and travel, return. Okay, that is not ready for another 3 minutes here. I know what's going to I know what's about to happen here, so we'll go ahead and proceed with this for the moment. Station Master Papa Shan has a simple task for a fledgling adventurer. Since you've come all this way, perhaps you can perform an errand for me. It just so happens a number of sentries have been sent to guard the area, a dispatch to the dispatch yard, as it were. They have long been away from the shade and featherbeds of the city. The hot days and cold nights can play hells on the mind and body out here. It isn't much, but go and give them these twilight pretzels, would you? I find comfort food always helps when I feel like killing myself. Aww. Okay, and so we're going to start running around to where the different Sultan Sworn are here. Halt! Sir, I'm going to have to ask you to put the pretzel on the ground and place your hands above your head. Okay. And just to go over the description real quick, a traditional Dunesfolk bread twisted into the shape of a knot and sprinkled generously with coarse ground salt before being baked to a perfect brown resembling Twilight over Thanalan. Funny thing about Twilight over Thanalan is actually a song from the original version of this game. State your name and business. A Twilight pretzel from Papa Shan? By the gods, forgive me. You could say this new post has my nerves in a twist. Okay, cringe. I'm terribly sorry for that. Yes, well, you may rest assured that the dispatch yard is safe, so long as I stay on watch. Please give Papa Sean my thanks, and tell him that I only wish I could repay the favor. Okay, so that's the first of them. "12 saved me. Scorching days, freezing nights. This post will be the end of me." A Twilight pretzel. Don't mind if I do. Ah, now that's a refreshing goddamn pretzels. I feel reborn. Okay, and let's make our way over here to where the last one is. Western front clear, eastern front clear. For me, from Papa Sean? A Twilight pretzel, my favorite. How did he know? Can't fight on an empty stomach now, can I? Actually, I can't fight on any stomach. I suppose you could say I have no stomach for fighting. Why are you a card, then? Alright, let's make our way back over to Papa Sean. You've returned, and with the deal fewer pretzels. I see. Tell me, how fare our Sultan sworn sentries? Did they have anything to report? Anything at all? What? Nothing? Are you sure? Oh dear. Take this for your troubles, then. And stay a moment. There is more I would ask of you. Okay. So, before we proceed here, let's now see if that return command is available. And it is, so let's go ahead and cast that now. And we're going to head back over to the Gladiators Guild. Here we go. Okay, Mila. First Sworn Mila wishes to teach you the fundamentals of the gladiatorial arts. Ah, Prince. I take it you and your sword have become better acquainted. Then I will now instruct you on another fundamental aspect of what it means to be a gladiator, commanding an opponent's attention. As gladiators, we are trained to engage enemies at close range, weathering their attacks as we deliver our own. However, there are times when we must do battle alongside allies whose talents are not the same as our own. In such a situation, your role is not to slay the enemy in front of you, but rather to defend the man beside you. We do this by eliciting the enmity of our opponents through attacks and techniques designed to incite their hatred. We must learn to draw the enemy's attention to yourself, and to trust in your stout constitution to endure. In doing so, you protect the weaker comrades who would otherwise perish. To help you better understand this, there's a task I would have you perform. It just so happens that Momodi of the Quicksand has requested our assistance. A game of Lominsan marauders have paraded into town and begun harassing people outside her establishment. Men like these prey on the weak, but will turn tail and flee at the first sign of defiance. You need not resort to violence. It will suffice to show them that you are not afraid of them, and will not tolerate their behavior. Seek out the Lomensons and make your presence known by bellowing, "Face me, Marauder." In this way, you will protect the people of Ul'dah as you would your allies in battle. Okay, so this particular quest requests that we do something special in order to accomplish our goal. And you can usually tell what you need to do just by looking at the quest description here. So we need to tell the Marauders outside the quicksand to face/me. And quite literally, that is a text command that you need to put into the game. So let's highlight one of them and do /me. What? You blaming me cause this little shite shats its own pants? Well, bugger it. And bugger you too. Feeling a little jittery there, aren't you? Okay, let's do the same thing. You can actually hit enter and then the up arrow to get the same command again. You know your friend, you're a 12 damn cheat. Thinks he can charge us more cause we're foreigners. But we'll get its own back, mark me words. Okay, here's the third one. Oi, come on now. He was disrespecting me proud sea wolf heritage. Fine, I'll leave the bastard be, but we ain't finished. Okay, and here's the last one. The hell's your problem? Maybe she likes her men rough. What are you supposed to be? Her bleeding manservant? Bah, it don't matter. You've gone and spoiled the mood. Okay, and now there's one more inside that we need to do this to. Just who the hell's you think you're speaking to, maggot? I'm Farmal the Driven, and me bloody marauders have been reaving so long mothers scare their children with tales about us. Don't believe me words? Then let me axe do the talking. Oh, this is lively, even for the quicksand. You two are going to put on a show for us? What's this? Another goddamn fool? Show some respect when you talk to Farmal the Driven, leader of the troop of bloody murmurs, or some such. I heard you the first time. Your voice carries quite well. Then unless you want me to spill your skull with me axe, you better. That sword, it couldn't be frenzy, but only the sword of Nald would. Bloody hells, it's you. You know, I've never been one to stand back and watch. Mind if I join the fun? Begging your pardon, sir. Why do they always do that? Looks like it's just you and me. Standing up to that Lemonson was quite brave of you, and quite foolish. I think I like you, Gladiator. Name's Aldous, and I'll buy you a drink, but I'm afraid I just spent the last of my coin. I used to be a young gladiator like you. Back then, I Ah, but that's hardly concerns you. These days I'm just an explorer of the unexplored, a seeker of as yet unknown experiences. Like the beautiful stranger keeping my bed warm right now. Gods, I've missed this city. This wonderful desert jewel of debauchery and sin. Now, if you'll excuse me. Okay, so now let's go ahead and talk to Momodi here. I swear, if I hadn't seen Ul'dah with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it was him. Everyone here thought he died years ago. Listen, Prince, do me a favor and don't tell Mila about meeting Ul'dah, alright? She doesn't need this sort of drama. Why? Well, let's just say some folk ain't good for one another. Okay, and with that, let's make our way back over to Mila. I've already heard of your exploits at the quicksand, Prince. You did well to send those marauders packing. I wish I could say we've heard the last of them. Alas, we've received reports of axe-wielding raiders assaulting merchants traveling throughout Scorpion Crossing. It seems word will not suffice after all. I want you to finish what you've begun, Prince. Head to Western Thanalan and see that Farmal the Driven and all those who shared in his crimes never trouble the people of Ul'dah again. Okay, so we are now headed to Western Thanalan. So let's make our way over to the Aetheryte Shard. Here we go. And take a look, we've got more hunts here. So, before we proceed, let's take out these little ladybugs. And you can always track how many you've taken out of how many you need to take out over here in the chat log. Okay, that finishes them off. And we've got some more targets over here. We've got Cactar to take care of here. And yes, they seem a little bit more animated in this game than previous Final Fantasy games. But they still have the same look that they had as in previous games, though. Okay, that finishes off the Cactar. And over here we've got a nervous merchant. They tore me from my saddle and took everything I own. Bring my goods back to me, I beg of you. Okay, on some quests you will encounter objects with which you can interact simply by approaching, then right-clicking. Okay, we got a bunch of things all happening here. We got a hunt target, we've got a fate that we just joined, and we've got these caravan sacks. And a murderous marauder just popped up, since we tried to pick up that item. Okay, that line that shape that just appeared on the ground, anytime you see that, for the most part you want to avoid it. There are certain ones that are friendly to you and will help you out, but for the most part, you want to avoid those. You'll learn which ones to avoid and which ones to stand in over time. So, needles to slay. Needles shed by cactars are the number 4 cause of foot irritation in all Western Thanalan. By slaying a few cactars, we can see that number drop to 6th, or even 7th. So, the way that a fate works is you basically just keep attacking the targets that show up. Or in certain cases, you need to attack targets or pick things up off the ground to obtain items. Okay, now, what just happened here, that fate did not have very long left in its timer, and so that's why we failed that fate. There just was not enough time for us to complete it. But we still got a reward out of it. So once a fate is complete, a window detailing your reward will be displayed. Rewards are distributed to all event participants and are based on, not only on success, but on individual contributions. The more active you are in completing event objectives, the greater your contribution will be deemed. Contributions are indicated by gold, silver, or bronze medal. So these fates can be joined by anybody, not just only yourself. And some of the biggest fates, some of the rarest fates can end up bringing in upwards of 100 players at times. Now we do have these hammerbeaks here, so that's why I started attacking them, since they are hunt targets. We also just obtained this from leveling up to level 6. This is Fight or Flight, and it increases physical damage dealt by 30%. And you pretty much want to be using this any time that you can whenever you're in combat. So let's go ahead and click it. And just to follow up on the shape that appeared on the ground there, that is one of the features of this game. Basically, by avoiding that shape on the ground, you can avoid taking damage. Okay, so that finishes up that hunt target. Let me just review the log real quick here. Were there any others? So there was one more, actually 2 more in this area. One we actually need to head over here for, and it is this Earth Sprite. Now there's a chance we may also grab the attention of this Yarzon feeder. We'll see. And the thing with these sprites is that they give you crystals when you defeat them. And those can be used as part of crafting, or if you're not interested in that, and we probably won't be doing that on this character, we can also sell them as well on the market, once we get access to that. For that we need access to retainers, all stuff that we will get to eventually. Alright, let's take out this last Earth Sprite here, so we can finish up this part of the hunting log. And that finishes that off. One other thing I want to point out here at this point. This target here has a skull above it, next to its name here. Even though it's level 17, it's not going to attack us unless we attack it first, because of this icon here. And I would not recommend trying to take that on at this point. But the Yarzons we see over here, if you get too close, they will actually attack you just by seeing you. So we're going to avoid those. Alright, so let's run over here. And we've got a caravan sack. Okay. And there is Farmel the Driven, so let's take him out. And similar to our Fight and Flight, he has buffed himself up. So, to counter that, let's go ahead and use Rampart now to reduce the damage we're taking. And let's just keep moving out of these shapes. I believe that's an ability called Overpower that he's using there. Alright, now that we've recovered the goods, let's go ahead and make our way back over to the merchant. Okay, he's just saying the same thing, so let's now hand this over. 12 bless you, adventurer. If it weren't for good men like you, I'd never leave home. Okay, and now we can report back to Mila. And for that, let's see if return is available. It is, so let's go ahead and cast that. And let's make our way back over to the Gladiators Guild. Good, it is finished. And with that, this stage of your training is complete. This time, your enemies were ill-behaved ruffians, but who knows what manner of opponents you may face in the future. Regardless, I have faith that you will do well. Master your sword, and you shall master yourself. Now then, there will be work for you in the days to come. Return to your training, Prince. We will speak again. Okay, so, we're going to get this bronze bastard sword, and then with that, we have a choice of items that we can pick up here. Now, in general, you want to go for the chest piece first. Let's just take a quick look at what we've got here. Everything that we have here is item level 5, however. And even though this would give us strength and parry, I would actually recommend going for the leather eye patch in this particular case, since we don't even have anything on our head slot yet. And now the next class quest will open up after once we reach level 10. Since the armory system in Final Fantasy XIV allows you to change your class or job by simply changing the weapon or tool in your main hand, it is recommended that you always have several sets of gear on hand. However, gear can take up a tremendous amount of space in one's inventory, which is why all adventurers carry an armory chest. All gear purchased, crafted, or found is automatically stored in this chest, leaving your inventory free to fill with other items such as potions, crafting materials, and food. Gear in your armory chest is categorized and sorted by type, and can be equipped or discarded directly from the chest interface. The armory chest can be accessed at any time by selecting character from the main menu followed by armory chest, or by pressing Control I. So, let's bring up let's hit Control I. There is the Bastard Sword, and just as a quick note, the most important thing when it comes to obtaining new weapons, your physical damage is the most important stat that you can get on a weapon here. One physical damage equates out to about 20 or so strength, from the research I've done. So, let's go ahead and put this on. And now let's also put on that leather eye patch as well. And as you can see, our strength just went up to 34 here because of that. Now this button right here, this is basically a button that will recommend what gear you should be wearing if you're not wearing optimal gear. And it looks like along the way we did pick up a Ring of Fortitude, so I want to put that on as well now. Okay, with all that done, let's now make our way back over to Papashan. Over by the Gate of Nuld. And he is over here. Why don't we bring out another minion here? Let's bring out a minion of light. And it looks like it just brought out a black mage here. Prince, I have just this moment. No, the time for concealment is past. The truth is, even before I had you deliver those pretzels, I was privy to some most unsettling news. Which is the real reason I sent you to meet those Sultan Sworn. Papashan is in dire need of your assistance. A young noblewoman from a very prestigious family has run away from home, and I have been ordered to see to her safe return. The Sultan Sworn you met earlier are assisting with the search. Alas, it seems they have found no trace of her. I apologize for not being frank with you from the start, but we must proceed with caution. Should word of her disappearance spread, I fear others with less honorable motives may join the hunt. And should we allow her to come to any harm, not even 100 beheadings would be punishment enough. This cannot happen, Prince. It must not. I need you to help me find her. Praise the 12. I knew I could count on you. I've instructed the others to expand the search, but Thanalan is vast and there are only so many of us. The young noblewoman's name is Lady Ul'dah. I want you to go south and look for her in the vicinity of the Sultan Tree. Good luck. Okay, so let's go ahead and make our way down. And that right there is our destination. All Sultan Tree. You are about to enter an instanced battle. Instanced battles only occur during certain quests and missions. Take a moment to read the information displayed in the active help window before answering the call of duty. So, special instances. You are about to enter a special instance. These areas are reserved for important battles which feature unique environmental conditions or powerful boss enemies. Instance objectives can be confirmed in the duty list. For the duration of the battle, you will be unable to pass beyond the red line displayed on the field. You will automatically leave the instance once all quest objectives have been met. Now, before we enter into this, let's go ahead and click leave there. There's one other thing I want to do. And a little while back, we were given this here, this marmot steak. This is basically food that you can eat, and food will allow you to get increased stats for a short amount of time. Around 30 minutes unless you have a free company buff, which we will get into at a later time. This is a fillet of marmot grilled with sweet wild onions and pungent garlic. Now, the important thing regarding all food is not only do they give you a stat increase, they also give you an experience bonus as well. So in general, whenever you're going to be out on the field, you want to make sure that you are eating at least something. There's some food that does nothing except gives you the experience boost. So let's give that a quick taste. And that puts this buff on us here. And now let's go ahead and initiate this here.
Oh, Sultan Tree, hallowed spirit of my line, forgive my weakness. My failings have cost us dear. yourself.
Hi there. Oh!
As you command, O Lilira. Forgive my selfish desire to assure your welfare.
I don't recall requesting an escort. Simply pretend we never met and continue on your way.
We both know I can do no such thing. It isn't safe for you here alone. It isn't safe for anyone. Not with this etheric disturbance. It's as though the dead are watching us. And I'd prefer not to join them, if it's all the same to you. Ah, you must be the one that Papa Shan mentioned. Congratulations on finding our elusive young charge. You'll have to forgive her impetuousness. What she lacks in discipline, she makes up for in stubbornness. You should return with us. The station master will be eager to thank Lady Lilira's protector in person.
Well, that looks like trouble.
Alas, the station master will have to wait. Dear Lilira, for my sake, please stay out of harm's way. As for you, dear friend, for Lilira's sake, please stay in harm's way.
Okay, so we have this Blanca that we're taking on here. Come, let's attend to our uninvited guest. Alright, so I am going to hold off on using my 2 buffs here. This guy basically has the combat enmity at this point here, since he used that flash ability. Now in this particular case, since he has that, I'm going to position myself behind this target so that my accuracy doesn't need to be as high as if I was striking in front. In order for me to hit it, rather. Okay, so we just noticed that 2 new targets are coming up here. And there they are, and that's why I held off here. So, let's pop this, and let's start taking out these lesser Blancas. That finishes them off. Let's move back to the Blanca. So it looks like we're past 50% at this point. And we've got more targets coming up here. Let's pop the other ability, the Rampart. And there are even more popping up here. Okay, that should be the last of the extras. Thank you for casting Cure on me, but we had it. And as you can see the food buff is doing its job right there. And it looks like there's a crystal on the ground there. So, we've acquired 1 out of 6 crystals.
Feel. Think. Crystal Bearer. I am Heidelin, all made one. A light there once was that shone throughout this realm, yet it hath since grown dim. And as it hath faltered, so hath darkness risen up in its stead, presaging an end to life. For the sake of all, I beseech thee, deliver us from this fate. The power to banish the darkness dwelleth in the crystals of light. Journey forth and lay claim to them.
And in total, there are 6 of them.
By thy deeds shall the crystals reveal themselves to thee. Only believe, for the light liveth in thy heart. Shine thy light on all creation.
It would appear we passed out from that.
Coming around now.
Would you mind telling me what that was?
If I only knew. A denizen of the void at any rate.
The void sent? Here? But how?
The question isn't how, but who. We're not dealing with bookless bandits. Don't suppose the answer came to you in a dream? No sooner did you fell the beast than you fell asleep. Too much ether, no doubt. Interesting. I hadn't considered the crystal. But of course, this changes everything. Oh, just thinking aloud? At any rate, we haven't a moment to spare. I must return and report this at once. I leave Lady Lilira in your capable hands.
Alrighty then.
How dare you pass me about like a swaddled babe? I shall return and tell them myself.
As you wish, your impetuousness. I suspect we shall meet again before long.
More than likely.
Until then, do try and stay awake.
Okay, so we just received an invite from a free company. Free companies are independent player-operated organizations, not unlike guilds. While there are no restrictions on who may join a company, players cannot belong to more than one free company at a time. Companies will advance in rank. All of this, we are really not looking to do exactly at this moment, so thank you, but I am going to decline. In the meantime, let's make our way over to Papa Shan. Thank the gods you've returned. You had us all so worried. You do realize what would happen if a person of your noble stature was to be injured, or worse. Why, Her Grace the Sultana would be beside herself with grief, and so would her subjects. I dare say they'd be weeping in the streets. But I have already given you cause to weep, Papa Shan. You and the people of Ul'dah. Please, you're not to say such things. We will find it, I swear to you. It is not placed to make demands, my lady, but I beg you, please stay out of harm's way. I apologize for causing you undue worry, Papa Shan. I shall refrain from traveling unescorted in the future. I cannot thank you enough, Prince. I understand you fought bravely to protect Lady Lalura from void-sent fiends. For your gallant service, you deserve all the riches in the royal vaults. Alas, a small token of my gratitude is the best I can offer. A sarcastic man with a strange contraption strapped to his shoulder? I see you met Thancred. He's a scholar who spends his day investigating oddities in the aether. Rather too fond of the sound of his own voice for my liking, but perfectly harmless. As for you, Prince, you're just the sort of adventurer we need around here. I pray you show the same kindness to the people of Thanalan as you did us today. And that completes that quest. And we've just reached level 7. So let's talk to Cicidota. Cicidota needs a reliable adventurer to deliver a gift to the coffer and coffin. You're an adventurer, yes? If you're not otherwise occupied, I have a favor to ask. I resolve to repay a debt of gratitude, which I owe to the owner of the coffer and coffin. For this purpose, I've purchased from the royal plantations a prodigiously plump pumpkin, a particularly popular piece of produce. Alas, I cannot part this place to procure and proffer the pumpkin. You see, the scheduled shipment from the Nanawa mines, for which I wait, is late. I would prevail upon you to pick up the pumpkin in my stead and see it safely to the coffer and coffin. Present this receipt of purchase to Gageri at the royal plantations, and she will yield it to you. I apologize for asking you to attend to this time-consuming task, but I truly appreciate your assistance. Okay, so we are headed north here. And here is Gagiri. If Cisadoa doesn't come calling soon, this spectacular specimen shall sadly be past its prime. So let's hand over the receipt of purchase. Oh, so you're to deliver this decadent delight? I can say with confidence that any gourmand would be grateful for such a grand gift. Here's the pumpkin. I hope it meets with Roger's approval. Fresh produce is somewhat scarce in these parts, and as such we're always deluged with demand. You know the way to the Coffer and Coffin, correct? It is beyond the bridge to the northwest. Look for a place where local laborers lounge. Okay. So, let's make our way over here now. And actually, I think we might be able to take on this fate at this point here. So let's give it a try. That woman didn't best me. I merely came unprepared. I didn't think when I left my bed this morning that some slighted skull with a piece-sized chip on her shoulder might challenge me to a bloody duel. But I wasn't about to refuse her. Not with everyone watching and my reputation on the line. If it ain't one thing, it's Craven. But here I am, bloodied and bruised, while the Hell's Cat sits over there, smirking. What she did ain't proper, and I plan on learning her a lesson. Just this time with a wee bit of help. What say you? Okay, so let's give it a try here. This is a target that generally you want to be fighting with multiple players. Okay. Here we go. So, let's start let's start the attack. And let's go ahead and pop our buffs at this point. The fight or flight, as well as the rampart. As we can see, they're actually doing a good bit of damage against us compared to what we're doing. So, there is a chance that we may not be able to bring her down. But we do have a few tricks up our sleeves that we can use. In particular, we have potions that we can use, which will heal us. Now, we can only use potions once every 25 seconds. And it looks like they just stunned me as well. Alright, let's keep using this. Okay, I'm not certain what that sound is coming from outside. Okay, so even with the help of these potions, I don't think we're going to be able to take this on. So, let's go ahead and back off at this point. Okay, but we do at least have hunt targets that we can use here. So let's go ahead and take these out. Like I said, this is live. I can't edit that kind of thing out. But yeah, that fate, you typically want to have multiple people attacking. But it looks like we have another fate up over here. And I believe this one we should be able to take on. Here we go, Kukiran Shell Sweeper. And in fact, these are also hunt targets. So we definitely want to take this on. Okay, that's one. There are more over here. And it looks like that player actually took out the rest of them. Alright, let's make our way down this hill then. And in this game you do take fall damage, but no fall damage will ever kill you straight out. Instead, you just want to make sure that when you're falling down, you're not going to be near anything that's going to aggro onto you. Otherwise, you'll be one-shot. Drink for you, laddie? You won't get better ale or spirits for your coin than at me place. So let's hand over the pumpkin. What's that? We Ul'dah asked you to bring this here to me? Ha! So even that foul-mouthed drunk knows the meaning of remorse. Reckon this is for the time I carried his drink-sodden arse back home. But hells, an honest-to-God's pumpkin from the royal plantations. I can't wait to see what the cooks'll do with her. The lads here scoffed down beastly amounts of meat, and it's starting to tell on their health. It'll be good to get more vegetables in their bellies, assuming I can get the stubborn bastards to try something new. Thanks for the help, laddie. Okay, and with that, we just got more marmot steaks, so once this runs out, we'll be able to recast it. And in fact, let's also put it on our bar over here, just so we have easy access to it. So, disorderly conduct. Roger needs an extra hand to take orders. You know, laddie, if you're just gonna stand around with your thumb up your ass, I can give you something to do. Thanks to me unbelievably low prices, we've no shortage of customers here at the Coffer and Coffin. But by the same token, I can't afford to hire much help. We're chronically understaffed. What's more, there's those lazy arse types what refuse to come and order at the counter. It'd be a great help if you could attend these customers for me. Mark their orders on these here slips, then bring them here. Oh, and don't forget about old Alphonse outside. Okay, so Round Elf. Falls balls, I'm spent. Grilled dodo and a tankard of ale to wash it down. Gah, here I am again, spending what meager coin I've got at the coffin. It ain't me fault, I tell you. You do the same if your wife served up shite every bleeding day. Gods, I'm starving. Bring me ale, grilled dodo, and smoked shrew loaf. And make it quick. Business is good. Too good, even. I've nary got the time to take a piss, let alone eat. The mere thought of the coffin's cooking makes my mouth water. The strongest brand wine you got. I need help to forget. Roger's new errand boy, are you? Well then, I'll keep it simple for your sake. A tankard of your finest ale, chilled with an ice shard. There's nothing like a tall drink to help one forget about the trifling things in life, like work. Okay, let's bring these inside. That's all the orders then? Let's see. Ale, brand wine, grilled dodo, and for Alphonse, let me guess, 1 tankard of ale. Right bleeding miser, that one. I oughta put me boot up his arse. Any road, you did good, laddie. By way of thanks, I'm gonna tell you something what ought to prove your profit. Okay, so here we have our first, actually this is the second, but we do have options available to us here. We can either take these Allagan tin pieces, which will just give us gil when we sell them, or we can take these mustard eggs. Now, these stats, critical hit rate, vitality, and accuracy, those are actually very good for a tank. So, let's go ahead and grab those. And we'll actually put this on the bar instead. Okay, word is Blackbrush Station's sorely undermanned. The stone torches there can't get a moment's peace. It don't help none that the antlings they've been multiplying like it's nobody's business. For every critter Warren and his crew put down, 2 more of the buggers spawn in his place. I was thinking mayhap you can make yourself useful at the station by calling some antlings. I don't doubt Warren would appreciate the help. And if you win his trust, he's like to have more work for you. Mind you, you'll need to show the man proof of your deeds. 5 or so antling mandibles ought to do the talking for you. Okay, so we have a set of antlings we need to take out here. And as you can see, so far, aside from the class quest, for the most part, we are gaining all the experience we need just through doing the story quests here. It's not until the later levels when we'll really start running into that problem again. Now, one other thing is, and you just saw me do it there, you can carry your combo over to other targets if you finish combat with one. Okay, we just leveled up, and we learned Flash. Now, Flash is an ability that really all tanks need to have, not just only gladiators. And it is an ability that increases enmity in all nearby enemies. And so, as you are taking on the job of tanking for other characters, you can use that to basically grab a bunch of them all at the same time. So let's talk to Warren here. What? You say you put down some antlings? You are scarce the first to come here and make that claim, hoping to earn quick coin. Unless you have proof of this feat, you'll not see a single gil from me here. So let's give this over. Balls. Are those antling mandibles? That is true. You really called the beast. I apologize for doubting your words. With Ul'dah nearby, you'd think we were out of harm's way. Truth is, the antlings have become more active than ever. We can never have too many able-bodied adventurers to help preserve the peace in the area. If you would lend us your aid, I should gladly assign you a task. Gods know, we have no shortage of them here. Okay, so we have more options available to us here, and I brought up the character sheet here. So this leather wristband would give us +1 strength and +1 dexterity. However, as of recent patches, the game has actually made changes to the starting equipment on the right side of the character. There used to be nothing here, but now everything on the right side gives us +1 and a bunch of stuff here. So these items are actually a bit out of date here compared to the strength that this would give. So in this particular case, let's grab the Allegan bronze piece instead. This will give us 200 gil when we sell it. And we just got an achievement storyteller. This is the achievement menu here, and this basically shows you what achievements you actually have gotten. Most of them will have a point associated with them, but I don't think there's really much that goes along with those points. Alright, let's talk to Warren again. Prudence at this junction. Warren wishes to inspect your equipment before he will set you to task. We stone torches are cell swords hired by Amagina and Sons Mineral Concern to protect its interests. Our primary duty here is to keep track clear of pests, and it is for this purpose that we require your aid. You have proven that you have some skill at arms. But before I send you into the midst of fell fiends, I would inspect your gear. A single piece of gear can mean the difference between life and death. I'll not have it on my conscience that I sent an ill-equipped adventurer to an untimely demise. See to it that your arms and armor are in order. When you're ready, present yourself to me again. So, equip your head, body, hands, legs, and feet with gear of item level 5 or above before returning to speak with Warren. And the fact that we got this leather eye patch before is exactly the thing that we needed, because the rest of this gear starts at item level 5. Let's read this here. Gear. You can view, equip, and remove gear by selecting character under character from the main menu or pressing C on your keyboard. And I've already shown you how this works when we equip the leather eye patch before. Good. Everything appears to be in order. Yet know that naught is guaranteed in this world. Fate is a fickle mistress, after all. At any rate, capable adventurers like you are few and far between, and I would not have you throw your life away. I have had to bury too many comrades who brushed aside cracks in their hauberks and dents in their helms. No matter what you face, do not disregard the importance of gear. And I would agree with that. So we're going to get water shards, we're going to get a high potion, and we're going to grab this bronze hoplon as well. And that gives us our first shield. So let's talk to Warren again. So out of house and home, Warren has worked for an adventurer willing to exterminate the goblins attacking ore wagons. Let's get to it then, shall we? Ore wagons pass through this station every day, but not without incident. Wagons coming and going from the dispatch yard to the south must pass through a tunnel by Fesca's watch, a tunnel in which some genius saw fit to put an ore storehouse, creating ideal conditions for a goblin nest. So now the ore-loving beasts have taken up residence in a tunnel we dug, and we're practically delivering meals to their doorstep. But no more! Inside the tunnel in question, you will find a narrow fissure where the goblins hide. Use this silver ore cluster to lure out the creatures, then slay them. So we've just received a key item. Key items can be used on targets by first right-clicking on the target, then right-clicking the appropriate icon from the key items window and selecting Use. Okay, so let's take a quick look at the map, and our target is down here. Okay, so let's right-click, and use. Okay, there is the silver goblin. Okay, so that goblin is using an ability that surrounds itself, so you basically just want to get away from it to avoid that one. Okay, that takes care of that goblin. There are two more popping up now. Let me go ahead and pop my cooldowns at this point. That takes care of the first one. There goes the second. And now let's make our way back to Warren. Excuse me. Well done. It shan't be easy work to keep the tunnel free of goblins, but our wagons should be able to go unmolested for a time. Disruptions to ore shipments threaten not only the interests of Amagina and Sons' mineral concern, but of Ul'dah herself. One might liken these train tracks to veins that bear our nation's lifeblood. If only we had more men like you to lend a hand. Okay, so like I showed you just a moment ago, these are not really doing much for us, so once again, let's grab the bronze pieces. And that makes level 9. So, Warren needs our help to solve a mystery. Ah, Prince, I dare say you're the right man to solve this mystery. Someone, or something, has been littering the tracks with pieces of silver ore. Even a tiny chunk can send a wagon off its course, so I've had to devote significant manpower to locating and clearing these obstructions. We can't keep this up forever, though. I need you to find the culprits and put an end to their mischief. Search for any pieces of pockmarked silver ore on the tracks. If you're lucky, you'll catch the bastards before they escape. Okay, so here is the first one. And we're being watched by Spriggan Chumbler. Okay, that takes care of the first one. Let's run over to the second target. We'll actually go for this one in the far distance first. There's another Spriggan. And actually, let's eat some mustard eggs here, so we can get that experience bonus again. Okay, that finishes off that one, and we got one left. Okay, that clears up that one. Let's head back over to Warren. So the Spriggans were responsible. The little critters gnaw on ore as a hound on a bone. The rocks on the track were their goddamned leftovers. Some superstitious miners believe that Spriggans are harbingers of fortune, but by my reckoning, the creatures are not more than pests like goblins. As far as I'm concerned, there's no better omen for Amagina and Sons than you. Ever since you began helping out at the station, our operations have been running without so much as a single hiccup. Okay, so we're getting eye drops, wind shards. We're also getting this Viking sword here, which is definitely an upgrade, but we're going to be reaching level 10 very soon, and we're going to get a new weapon with that, so I'm actually going to grab the bronze pieces instead. Now, let's see, there should be a new quest available. Here we go, Zuzumida. Zuzumida wishes to share with you a most amazing rumor. Ah, the altruistic adventurer. I was hoping we'd bump into each other. Why? Because the most fascinating piece of news recently reached my ears, and I'm eager to share it. May I? Rumor has it that there is a vast, untapped vein of ore beneath the ruins of Ul'dah. But that's not all. Inconceivably, the concern appears to be entirely ignorant of its existence. And even as we speak, a young upstart, a self-made merchant from Stone's Throw, of all places, is moving to claim it. The fellow's name is Wystan, and he is a very, very ambitious young man. Not only does he intend to secure exclusive excavation rights, but they say his master plan is to use his new fortune to curry favor with the Sacarium. Of course, the thaumaturges only consider the opinions of the most wealthy when drafting the laws of Ul'dah. If you would have your voice heard, you must be prepared to pay a sultan's ransom. Our voice, which is invariably heard, belongs to Lord Lolorito. He has long lavished gil among the thaumaturges, and some claim that he desires new laws with the express intention of ruining his competitors while protecting his own interests. Suffice it to say, if Wystan thinks he can compete with the likes of the Syndicate, he's in for a rude awakening, but that eventuality may yet be a little way off. For the present, he is moving ahead with his plans and assembling a team to survey the site. I'm told he's at the Coffer and Coffin right now, recruiting able-bodied adventurers to escort his prospectors. Warren said you were looking for work. Mayhap you should meet with Wystan and volunteer for his expedition. Alright, so let's make our way back over to the Coffer and Coffin, which is down here. But before that, it appears we have a fate here. No Kurian allowed. No exceptions. You aren't a Kurian, are you? No, if you were, I'd smell it. Might be you could help me, though. A pack of the rats is fixing to sneak its way in and steal our wine. How do I know? Because they try just about every goddamn day. So let's go ahead and help this guy out. So in the chat we have a question. Actually, I have a max level character. I just was interested in doing a let's play of the game. Okay, we just cleared up the hunt log on them. Okay, it looks like we've got a boss character along with these here, so let's take out the small fry first, and then we'll focus on that. Okay, so, like the one from before, this is designed to be tackled by multiple players, but I think we're better prepared this time. Especially if this player is helping out. And here comes another player. I may not even need to heal. Okay, his health is about halfway gone now. Okay, so that clears up that fate. And when we complete this quest, we should be at level 10. Come to join? Sorry, but you're too late. Some brass blades looking for extra coin volunteered, and the team's already en route to the ruins. But look, I know it's not easy to find work these days. If you're interested, there's something else you can do for me. There are all these children outside, little ones from stone's throw. I look after them when I've time to spare, and so they've taken to following me around, even when I tell them not to. But what with overseeing the search for the vein, I barely have a chance to visit the privy at the moment, much less entertain younglings. Can you give them these ginger cookies and convince them to go home for me? Alright, let's go ahead and do that right now. I ain't going nowhere, mister. I'm too hungry to move. Besides, you'll have to carry me. Let's give him a cookie. A cookie? Well, if Wystan really wants me to go home, then alright. But I want 2 next time. I like playing with Wystan. He makes sure no one bullies us. Wystan's worried about us? Oh, I don't want to make him worried. I'm a good girl, so I'll go home. But Wystan always plays with us. Why won't he come out and play? Wow, a ginger cookie. I better save some for my brother. I know, I'll go home and eat it with him. And for the last one. Wystan's kind to us. I like him. This is for me? I want to eat it, but then again I don't, because then it'd be gone. Tell Wystan thanks, and tell him I'm sorry for getting in the way. And it looks like a fate just popped up here. We'll take a look at that in just a moment. Thank you, adventurer. I only wish I could do more. Stone's Throw is no place for a child. Not that my childhood was much happier. Never enough food to go around, nor work to earn it. But no shortage of contempt for the great and the good. I remember thinking things could only get better. Yet now, after the calamity and everything else, for us refugees to be forced to live outside the gates like bloody beastmen is a disgrace. They say with enough money you can change the laws here, so I'm going to make a fortune and do just that. I'll buy the excavation rights and start my own mining business. Then I'll give my fellow refugees the work they're crying out for, and pay them fairly. The mining companies have profited from our suffering for too long, but in their hubris, they've grown complacent, presenting us with a golden opportunity. And we will take it, adventurer. We will reclaim our dignity, and with it, our place within those walls. We found her! We found the vein, Wystan. You must come and see. Already? Amazing! We leave at once. You should join me, my friend. Come and bear witness to history in the making. Okay, so now let's focus on this fate here. Okay, for this one we just have to take out a bunch of targets. This is the one that ended up ending faster than we could obtain enough kills on. But but it's always nice to go through these fates, just for the extra experience. And I mean that in more than one way. Later in the game, we're going to unlock something that will give us bonus experience for participating in these fates. Okay. Looks like we're about 2/3 of the way done. Once again, always make sure you're trying to avoid those shapes on the ground, otherwise you're going to take extra damage that you just don't have to take. And again, this guy is not aggroing because he doesn't have that reddish shape next to his name. Okay, it looks like that finishes up the fate. And with that, let's go ahead and move on to where Wise Stan is waiting for us. And in the chat, yeah, I played a lot of the original Phantasy Star Online, and in fact, I will eventually get to doing a playthrough of that game as well. I got to play through all of them for the retrospective. All right, we got these Spriggans here, so let's take these guys out as well for the hunt log. In fact, I think these guys may actually push us over the line to level 10. And there we go, level 10. And with that, we gained 3 attribute points. Okay, a lot of stuff is happening all at the same time here. So, attribute points. Player attributes such as strength, which affects physical power, and vitality, which affects maximum HP, can be viewed under the character menu. Upon attaining level 10 in a class, you will begin attaining attribute points. These points can be allocated to any attribute aligned for further class customization. And we basically just need to hit the plus button to get into the menu to do that. Once you have allocated a point, it cannot be removed, so make your decision carefully. Classes belonging to the Disciples of Hand and Land are not granted attribute points. Those are your gathering and crafting classes. So, let's go under here. Now, up until very recently, the thinking with tanks is you wanted to go and put your points into strength. And that was what I did for some time. However, starting with patch 3.3, I believe, there was a change made so that any bonuses that you get from strength go into vitality as well. And this is a change they made specifically for tanks because they realized that a lot of people were doing that in order to increase their damage and not increase their health in raids. So now, whatever you put into Vitality will also give you the Strength bonus as well. So it's the natural option to go for with a tanking class. And so that just gave us some extra health there, and it will increase our damage output as well. Now, we do have Wystan over here. Let's go ahead and help him out, because it looks like he is on the ground here. Thal's balls, son! A vein of ore in the middle of a ruined bloody city? Goddamn idiot. What did you think was gonna happen? That you'd strike it rich and get cozy with the Order? While the Masters of Ul'dah looked on? No one crosses the Syndicate. The Syndicate? Ha! Finally sunk in, has it? Well, look at this. Not all your friends deserted you, it seems. Lucky boy. Now you won't have to die alone. O mournful voice of creation, grant ye this humble stone a soul, that it may wake to life. Who's that spouting gibberish? Show yourself. And that stuff you're hearing outside, I can do nothing about it. This ain't part of the plan. Bloody hells, does Lord Lorito mean to kill us too? Okay, so we have to defeat the clay golem. Let's buff up and start attacking. Also, as part of reaching level 10, we got this new ability called Convalescence. This really isn't anything that we can use solo, but once we're in a party with a healer, the way it works is it increases HP recovery via healing magic by 20%. You are strong, but are you strong enough to withstand this? So, he's using an area attack there. We just simply move out. Okay, this is an all-around him attack, so let's just get out of it. Looks like he's about 2/3 done. And he is using those pretty rapidly now. Let's pop our fight or flight again. Impossible. Never has the golem beast son been so sorely tested. And that finishes off the clay golem. That the golem could be vanquished. That man is no ordinary adventurer. Ah, Thancred. Damn, seems I've missed all the fun. I see you don't need my help this time. Okay, in terms of the story, we would not know what we're seeing just yet here. I would compose a ballad in your honor, but I fear no words would do you justice. The songstress of Ul'dah herself could not rival your beauty. Oh, stop it. I have oft heard it said that a blossom's beauty can move a man to love and long, but I never truly believed it until I met you two desert roses. I hear they attacked another caravan. Aye, and business is suffering for it. Bloody Ul'dah. What stirred him up, do you reckon? Another raid, and I'll wager that caravan was carrying crystals, much like the last. If they truly mean to summon a primal, we must act quickly. Are you coming, love? You wouldn't keep a girl waiting, would you? Perish the thought. So tell me, where in this marvel of a city might you lovely ladies be staying? At this rate, grain will soon be more precious than gold. A result of an uncommonly bad harvest, to be sure. And we have you to thank for them, do we not? Okay, this object that's in the sky. As of right now, that object is no longer there in the sky. So, this is all happening in the past. That object fell to the ground, or at least it sort of did. It all goes back to version 1.0 of the game, which once again, if you want to learn more about that, I highly recommend Ethos Azure's version 1.0 to 1.23b story video. And we have you to thank for them, do we not? Aye, this weakening of the aetheric flow must surely be linked to Dalamud's descent. And of course, to the primals. A fine mess, but we must not lose hope. Louisoix will know what to do. We need only trust in his judgment. Truly a marvel of Charlian ingenuity. It's as if I could reach out and touch the aether. Time to focus. No more gallivanting about like before. The Scions are counting on you. Have faith. Just have faith. You can do this. This disturbance is recent. The Sultan tree? Maybe Papa Shan will know something of it. Sorry about that, I was just cracking a soda open. Looks like they gave you quite a thrashing. Can you walk? It's me. I was too late. Our person of interest had already quit the scene. The general? Very well. I shall be there anon. My colleagues went to great lengths to provide me with the means to detect aetheric disturbances, but every time I find one, you seem to be in the middle of it. I'm starting to wonder if it might not be simpler just to follow you around. Sadly, I have business elsewhere. Tread softly, my friend. The carefully laid trap you dismantled was clearly sanctioned by Lord Lorito. I heard the Blades mention him as they fled. Believe me when I tell you that he is not a man to be trifled with. The Sultana's enemies grow bolder by the day, and I suspect they have the support of outside forces. Thank you. If you hadn't come along, those bastards would surely have slaughtered us all. I would speak with you further, but it isn't safe for us to linger here. Find me at the Coffer and Coffin later. Until then, stay safe. I shall accompany Wystan and his men. They need protection, and I need more information. Ah, but where are my manners? I have yet to properly introduce myself. I am Thancred, a humble scholar surveying the flow of Aether in Thanalan. It is an honor and a privilege to make your acquaintance. I hope when next we meet, it is under more auspicious circumstances. Farewell. Ah, wait a moment. It occurs to me that we may have... Never mind. Fare thee well. Alright, so let's make our way back over to the Coffer and Coffin. In the meantime, let me bring this up and let's just make sure there are no other hunts we need to worry about here. And it would appear that there is one more that we want to take care of here, the Antling Soldier. We'll check that out in just a moment here. But first, let's go find Wystan. 12 bless you, my friend. You risked your life to save ours. Betrayed by my own guards. Gods, I was a fool to trust those men. Lolorito owns the goddamn brass blades. I should have questioned their motives from the start. Even so, I could hardly have predicted that the wealthiest man in Ul'dah would want me dead for the heinous crime of seeking to change the law. I'm just a merchant, for God's sakes. The ruthless bastard, and what of that monstrosity? Those were his own men. It beggars belief. Well, that's it. I'm finished. If I stay in Ul'dah any longer, I'm as good as dead. My associates, my friends, gods, even the children may not be safe if I don't disappear. And you, goddammit. If Lolorito learns of your involvement, you'll be next. I'll speak with the others and make sure your part in this stays secret. Beyond that, I don't know what to suggest. Maybe you should seek the counsel of Mistress Momodi. She's helped countless adventurers in her time. Mayhaps she'll know what to do. Go quickly now, my friend. Lolorito's spies may be watching. Okay, so a couple of things we need to do before we head back to Momodi. First, let's head back over to Blackbrush, because I don't think we attuned to the Aetherite before. Okay, and we just learned Teleport. By learning the spell Teleport, you are now able to travel instantly between Aetherites to which you are attuned. Access to the teleportation menu by selecting Teleport under Travel from the main menu. Unlike other spells, Teleport does not require MP to cast, and instead uses a type of naturally regenerating spiritual energy. A small fee of gil, however, must be paid to the keepers of the Aetherite so that they can maintain the crystals and defend them from those who would see them destroyed. The fee varies depending on travel distance and remoteness of the Aetherite location. There is one exception to this, however, and that is through Aetherite vouchers. We will eventually come across those. Registering an Aetheryte as a favored destination will reduce the amount of gil required to travel there. Up to 3 favored destinations can be registered at one time. So, let's go ahead and set this as a favored destination. And we also have this Chocobo Keep here. Well met, traveler. May I interest you in a Chocobo Porter? Do not tell me. This is your first visit to this shop. I shall update my register with your name, so you may access this location in the future. So, Chocobo Porters are the other way to get around in this game here. It's a little bit slower, but it also does not cost as much gil as it does to directly teleport. Chocobo Porters are similar to rental chocobos in that they can be hired to carry you quickly to destinations throughout Eorzea, the difference being that you cannot control these birds, and they will not stop until they have arrived at their destination. On the other hand, Chocobo Porters are trained to take the safest route, meaning that they will never be attacked while in transit. Okay, so let's go ahead and take care of that antling target that we still have to take care of here. And they are right across the bridge here. Okay, we have a second one coming in, so I'm going to pop Rampart now. Just so I'm not taking too much damage. And with the first one down, we can now focus on the second. Let me also use some of these eggs again. So that way we're getting all the experience bonus that we can get. Okay, we've got one more to take care of. Let's attack this one, and now let's move away, so that way we don't attract the attention of its friend. Okay, that clears them up. And at this point, there shouldn't be anything else in here. The only thing that's left is in Western Thanalan. We will get to there shortly. But first, let's make our way back over to Ul'dah. Let's cast Return. And actually, let's use the Aetheryte here, and we're going to head over to the Gladiators Guild, because that quest is now available. Here's Mila. First Sword Mila requires your immediate assistance with a dangerous matter. You look well, Prince. I hope you're ready for your next task, because I require your immediate assistance. There have been several violent murders recently, the victims of which were all Hiram men. Based on the multiple spear wounds found upon the bodies of the deceased, we believe that Lancers are responsible for the crimes. Not only are these murders a blight upon our city, I fear it is only a matter of time before one of our own is targeted. I have just received reports of foreign Lancers skulking about in Stone's Throw. Considering the circumstances, I find it likely that these are our culprits. We cannot abide any more murders. Go to Stone's Throw outside the Gate of Nuld, and speak with any you find in the area. With luck, we may find these Lancers before they strike again. Okay, so like she said, they are outside the Gate of Nuld, so let's use the Aethernet shard to get there. And our target is right in front of us here. Don't kill me, please. I'm not the one you want. Okay, and here are those Lancers. Alright, so these guys are using line AoE attacks. Once again, just move out of them so you avoid unnecessary damage. That finishes off the first one. And there goes the second one. Okay, so we need to speak with this guy again. Thank you, thank you. They appeared out of nowhere. Asked me if I was Ul'dah at Spear Point. I said no, but they attacked me anyway. What did I do to deserve this? Okay, so let's make our way back into town so we can speak to Mila. Let's see, the Aethernet shard is over here. So they were indeed the murderers we sought. But what brought Duskwhite freelancers all the way from the Black Shroud? And why were they murdering higher-end men with swords? First sword. What is it? Lancers, first sword. A gang of them, hiding in the tunnel south of Blackrush Station. It seems we're not rid of them yet, Prince. You might as well finish what you started. Go to Central Thanalan and dispatch the last of these freelancers. Bruce, accompany Prince. See that he doesn't die. Well, I can't keep the bloke from getting skewered, but I'll patch him up best I can. Prince, defend Bruce. He knows powerful healing magics, but he cannot employ them unless you keep all your enemies occupied. Do not forget to use your flash technique. Aye, I'm counting on you to keep those bastards away from me. Watch me back, and I'll watch yours. You have your orders, gladiators. Send these freelancers to the 7th gate. Okay. Before we head out, I'm actually going to head over to the Aethernet shard here, and we're going to head over to the Adventurers Guild. Because now we have an opportunity to use the Chocobo Porter. Actually, we have a better opportunity here. We can rent a Chocobo. Greetings, may I interest you in a Chocobo? Mine are guaranteed fastest in the realm, or your money back. So, rental Chocobos. Upon reaching level 10, you will be allowed to rent Chocobos from stables across Eorzea. Chocobos can be used for speedy transport to areas which are not readily available via Aetheryte. While riding, you will have complete control over the Chocobo until you are either dismount or are attacked, or the rental period expires. Now, this is going to be around the same price, if not a little bit less, than doing a teleport. But it will get us directly to where we're trying to go to. That was a misclick there. Very good. Remember, my birds are trained to return directly to the stables once the rental period is expired, or upon the moment you dismount. Take care not to find yourself stranded in a dangerous locale. Good day. Okay, so let's make our way over to here. So dismounting rental chocobos. While on choco back, a chocobo icon will appear near your status effects bar, indicating how much time is remaining before the rental period expires. That is this up here. You can end your ride at any time by selecting dismount from the pet hotbar. Be aware, however, that once you have dismounted, the chocobo will return to his stables, regardless of how much time is remaining. And we appear to have fallen into a hole. Okay, so we have arrived. Let's go ahead and dismount. So basically, using a chocobo is like having constantly running sprint without having to occasionally slow down to normal speed. So we've arrived. We've got our food buff going. And let's go ahead and get this going. Okay, so immediately, since this guy is our healer, we're going to flash these guys. That grabs their attention. And now we're just going to attack them. Now, he's going to need to start healing me pretty soon here, especially because we've got more targets coming in. Once they get a little bit closer, I'm going to pop my convalescence. And that way his heals are a little bit bigger on me. Make sure to always reapply flash every now and then, just because as I'm gaining aggro, he's also gaining aggro whenever he heals me. Okay, one target left. Ha! Bastards are actually making me break a sweat. Okay, and here is their captain. Let's take him on. Remember to keep moving around, even when you've got a party working with you here. You want to make sure that you're avoiding as much damage as you can, as that makes the healer's job easier. And that should be the end of it. Looks like we're done here. Let's head home, Prince. I could use a drink. Okay, so let's see if return is up. It is not, so let's go ahead and sprint our way over to Blackbrush. Actually, there's a fate open over here, so let's participate in this. Looks like we arrived in just the nick of time, too. Okay, that clears up that fate. Is there anything else up on the map? It doesn't look like it. How close are we now to return? Says it'll be ready in 1 minute. We would probably get back to Ul'dah faster if we just wait. So let's just spend a moment and just take out a few other enemies while we're waiting. A very beautiful sunrise. Okay, that should be it. Let's go ahead and use return. And let's go to the Gladiators Guild. Congratulations on a job well done, Prince. Bruce says you acquitted yourself well. You have shown tremendous growth since you joined us, and though it pains me to do this, you have earned the right. Prince, I grant you leave to join other guilds. As you doubtless know, Ul'dah is home to both the Pugilist Guild and the Thaumaturgist Guild. However, there are also guilds where you may learn something of more peaceful traditions. You may even join the guilds of other nations, if that is your desire. Know that I will respect your decisions, whatever they may be. So long as you do not forget that you are, above all, a gladiator. So, you now have access to the armory system. Quests to unlock the other classes can be undertaken by speaking to the receptionist in the corresponding guild. There exist myriad disciplines in Eorzea that adventurers can take up, For the most rewarding experience, however, it is recommended that you first focus on mastering your current class. Before you head off, I wanted to ask you, Bruce believes the freelancers were out for a bounty. What is your opinion on this? So, it's pretty obvious they were tracking a man named Ul'dah, and that is the same person we were introduced to earlier. Ul'dah, are you certain that is the name you heard? He's alive, but how? Okay, so we got a new sword and shield, and now we just have to pick the weapon. We need to pick the armor that we're gonna take here. And at this point, really, we could grab anything and it would be worth it. But in this particular case, yeah, I would say the leather jacket is going to be the best value. So, gear sets. Gear sets allow you to save several different combinations of equipment and swap them at your leisure. A button for the gear set interface is located in the upper portion of the character window. And that is this right here. So, let's go ahead and create the gear set. And actually, let's use this. So, one thing about the recommended gear is really it's a system that's more tuned for endgame, and it did not allow us to... Oh, actually, it's the same shield that we already had here. Okay. So let's just go ahead and update, and we've got a spare shield. Okay, so Mila's next quest will be available at level 15. With that done, let's go and talk to Momodi. Settle down, Prince. You got nothing to worry about. No one seems to know you were at the ruins. Wystan, on the other hand, is now a pariah. About as welcome round here as a rabid wolf. Poor bugger. Suffice to say, the boy risked the wrath of the wrong man. Lord Lorito, chairman of the East Ul'dah Trading Company, generous contributor to the Order of Ul'dah, and member of the Syndicate. Didn't get where he is by leaving loose ends, that one. Which is why he ain't above killing his own men. Hells, even if the Blades knew what was coming, it's not like they could refuse to do their benefactor's bidding. Don't let this color your view of Ul'dah, Prince. It's true that there are some here who ain't afraid to crack a few skulls if it gets them what they want. But most of us are decent folk just trying to make ends meet. You know, a lot of people would call you a damn fool for risking your life to save a marked man. But I believe you did a good thing, Prince, and for that you have my respect. Listen, you've been through a lot lately. Why don't you rest a spell? I'll have the boys at the Hourglass set you up with a room. My treat. Just have a word with Otopa Patopa whenever you feel like staying. And when you've got your appetite for adventuring back, consider taking a guild leave on or two. We've a lot of requests from locals looking to hire adventurers for various jobs. It'd be a good way for you to earn yourself some extra gil. Eustace can tell you more about how the system works, so go and speak with him if you're interested. Alright, let's grab the helmet since that is stronger than what we've got currently. And as for the in-room, we're not going to use that just yet. You now have access to recommendations. This feature displays a list of quests or duties currently available in your area. The recommendations list can be opened from under duty in the main menu and will also be displayed automatically when you log in. If you find yourself unsure of what to do next, this tool makes it simple to locate activities suitable to your present class and level. So, let's put that helmet on. And once we put on a new piece of gear, always click this button to update the gear set. So, taking what they're given, Momodi of the Quicksand has a word of work for a willing adventurer. Look what the coal dragged in. Good to see you, Prince. I'd ask what brings you, but I reckon we both know the answer to that already. Well, have I ever let you down before? Wait, don't answer that. So happens I know a fellow by the name of Dadanen who needs a hand. He's a merchant by trade, selling precious stones to those in Ul'dah with the means to buy them. He's asked that I send any looking for work his way. You can find him over in Horizon if you fancy. That's in Western Thanalan, mind you. Just cross the bridge north of Scorpion Crossing, and the road will take you there. Knowing the circles he deals in, might be he'll have some talk of the royal family that interests you as well. And why not make use of a chocobo porter for the journey to Horizon, if you got the gil for it, that is. You'll find the chocobo stables just across the way from my quicksand. Find Mimigun, he'll set you straight. Well, off you go then. I haven't got all day to be holding your bloody hand. Well, we rented a chocobo before, so this will be our first chance to actually use the porter system. And we are headed to Horizon for 5 gil. Okay, and this is similar to the chocobo when we rent it, in that we can just hop off if we need to. So, it says, be aware, however, that once you have dismounted, the chocobo will continue to his destination, leaving you behind. So, you want to make sure that you have a good reason for hopping off. Now, as we're making our way over here, I do want to show you one other thing that can be pretty useful here. As your item bag starts to get cluttered, it can be a little hard to keep things organized. All you have to do is just right-click on something, click Sort, and that will clean everything up for you. So, as we make our way over, let's see. So we've actually arrived at Horizon here. And here is Dadanen. Prince, I presume? Aye, Momodi said to expect you, and so have I. Welcome to Horizon. Ours is a trading settlement that sees goods in from the port of Vesper Bay to the west. And trade we do. Nary a day goes by that Horizon isn't bustling with some manner of merchants and officials. They keep us running about busy. They do. Enough so that I wish I had chocobo legs in place of my own. And that's why I've asked Momodi to send me any souls looking for work. Do you want to maybe put that box down, pal? 12. Know that there is plenty of it to be done around here. Speak to me again when you're ready to make yourself of some use. And it looks like with this we're getting some leggings. So let's put these on. Click the update button. So, supply and demands. Dadanen would like you to deliver a message to Copperbell Mines. It so happens that I have a situation that must be resolved post-haste, and I do mean post-haste. I'm plumb out of premium product, and my latest order has yet to arrive. If I keep my customers waiting any longer, this could irrevocably damage my reputation. What's worse, I paid my men in advance for his services. Despite his assurances that it would be a simple affair, I have not heard since he departed for Copperbell Mine days ago. Find Drunken Stag and give him this notice. I cannot afford any further delay. Okay. So, Copperbell Mines is over here. What do you want? Detonen's product? He can send all the notices he likes, but it won't change a thing. The concern has closed the mines due to some incident in the depths. It's a goddamn shame, too. Lost a decent haul just over yonder during all the chaos. Okay, let's grab this for an upgrade. And we've leveled up to level 11. So, Drunken Stag needs someone to retrieve the raw nashite he dropped outside the mines. The product you heard Datonen going on about is the valuable gemstone known as raw nashite. I managed to dig up a goodly amount just before the mines were closed off, actually. Packed it up and hauled it out, even. But then, them 12 damned goblins came along. Not like any goblins I've seen before, and hungry only for the good rocks. They had eyes for my gemstones, so I had no choice but to oblige. The stone torches had their hands full excavating the mines, so they ignored the beasts. Even now, they're only concerned with keeping people out. Please, friend, if you're willing to face the goblins, would you bring me my nashite? Okay. So that is in here. It doesn't look like any of these will aggro on us here, so that's good news. But we do have some popping up once we click on the thing. That's quite the face. Okay, that's 2 of them. There's just 1 left. Okay, let's make our way out of here. How did you fare, friend? Did you find the raw nashite? Beautiful, isn't it? Rarer than many stones. And more expensive than most. They say the green is the same as the eyes of Nanashah Ul'dah, who once ruled as the Sultana. This should save Datonen from his troubles, if there's enough left. There's far less here than what I found. I reckon those goblins made a meal of the stuff. Bloody waste. And he's giving us some potions along with that. Drunken Stag wishes to repay your kindness with some useful information. You'd like a chance to make some money, right? Then I know just how I can repay you for your kindness. Swarms of sun midges have been harassing travelers along the road, connecting Horizon to here. It's gotten so bad that the brass blades have started paying folks to keep the roads clear. If you find it hard to believe that swarms of tiny midges could be so troublesome, then you've never seen a chocobo driven into a frenzy by one. There have already been some terrible accidents. Do your part and slay a few swarms. After that, let Fufulupa know. He'll reward you for your trouble and maybe even offer you more work. Okay. Here we go. Here's some of the sun midge swarms. There should be one to the south, and it looks like we've also got a fate that popped up. A fate that has a hunt target. Alright, it looks like we attracted the attention of a desert beast here as well. But he shouldn't be too hard to take out here. Okay, and with that we have unlocked a new difficulty rank for the hunt log. So if we open this up, we can actually see the bombs and goblins we fought just a moment ago as one of the targets. So after this, we will head right over there. Okay, so we had multiple of those to deal with at the same time there. As long as you can find a hole in the redness, you'll be okay. Okay, let's keep after these mongrels. Okay, we just need one more sun midge swarm. couple over there, but I think there might be another over there as well. Aha, somebody... Yep, they're joining in on the fate as well. That player is playing as a monk. Or rather, a pugilist. They become a monk later on. Okay, so that fate was successful. Let's finish off the Sun Midge swarms. Alright, and now let's run back over here. And let's take on the bombs and the goblins. Yeah, they take a while before their graphic goes away. If anything, that's going to be one of the things that trips me up at these early levels. The fact that these graphics don't go away immediately. At least on some of the creatures. And because of that, I may start to move back into their space before they've actually finished casting. When you're at max level, they go off really quickly. Because typically, the designers of the game don't want to give you much room for error. Okay, this should be the last of the goblins. Okay, and now we've got a few bombs over here. Okay, and that gets us up to level 12 now. So, once again, every single point we get, we put it straight into Vitality, because that gives us both a Vitality boost in terms of our health, as well as the damage we do. So let's head back over to Horizon now. And before we turn in this main scenario quest, let's go ahead and attune to the Aetheryte. And let's also make it a favored destination. Greetings and salutations, adventurer. To what do I owe this? What? You've slain how many swarms of sun midges? You have my sincerest thanks. The brass blades have been struggling to keep them in check, so your assistance is greatly appreciated. Will you be staying in Horizon long? If so, there's much and more you can do to help here. So, Fufulupa wants you to track down a missing courier. Pray allow me to enlist your aid, brave adventurer. I would have you ascertain the whereabouts of a missive I sent to Lost Hope the other day. Captain Leofric is stationed there. Ever since he was transferred, we've exchanged letters, but never before has it taken this long to receive a reply. And so I fear that the courier may have met with some misfortune en route. She must have made it to Central Thanalan, or the blast blades that patrol the roads between here and the Scorpion Crossing would have seen something. But if she made it as far as Blackbrush Station, she would have surely delivered the letter by now. Lost Hope is practically on its doorstep. I suggest you focus your search on the road to Blackbrush Station in Central Thanalan. With luck, you will be able to find her quickly. Okay. So, before we do that, I actually want to run a little bit out of town here. Let's see. Chocobo Keep. Because I think something should have activated by now, but I'm not seeing it. Let me just double check. Actually, Totunoa. Okay, so yeah, let's go over to the Chocobo Keep. I think the one that we're looking for is back over in... Actually, I don't think we'll be able... Well, this should at least get us pretty close to where we need to get to. There's a feature that should have activated there, and for some reason it hasn't yet. So I just want to make sure I'm not missing something. And if we don't find it here, then we're going to find it over in Ul'dah. Okay, I saw this earlier, that's not what I'm thinking of here, so... It actually is going to be in Ul'dah. Now, I see that big turtle. We're going to take a look at him at a later time. Alright, let's head inside Ul'dah. And let's go back over to the quicksand. Let's see. Nearest Aetheryte should be over here. Okay. Inside here... Okay, yes, so it looks like we do need to do this first here. So, Leaves of Horizon. So Eustace is responsible for assigning guild leaves at the quicksand and is offering to give you an introduction to the world of Livaquest. Ah, Prince, Momodi said you might come. I take it you wish to undertake one of the many guild leaves available here at the Adventurers Guild? Guild leaves are the means by which we document requests for assistance from the citizenry, prior to assigning them to adventurers possessed of the necessary skills. From battlecraft leaves that require the extermination of monsters to tradecraft leaves that ask for the creation of goods, the tasks we term live quests are many and varied in their nature. Should your interest be piqued, I suggest you make your way to Horizon and speak with Totonoa. He will be happy to set your feet on the path to completing your first live quest. Okay, so now let's make our way back over to Horizon. I didn't intend for that to happen here. I should have picked that up before. So let's just go ahead and teleport over to Horizon this time. Here we go, Totonoa. A fine evening to you, adventurer. My name is Totonoa, and I am in charge of assigning local leave quests here at Horizon. You are come at the behest of Eustace, are you? Excellent. Allow me to set you to your first task. It shall be a simple one, mind you. Before I can permit you to undertake official duties, it is essential that you prove yourself of sound body and mind. Take a moment to review the task outlined in this guild leave. Do you believe it within your capabilities? So, what peace crave? It is a well-documented fact that peace prefer Lalafellan meat to that of the other four races. Various opinions on the reasons behind this have been long debated, with the most widely accepted being that the squat, rotund build of the Lalafell makes them easier to swallow whole. Seeing that the majority of the Ul'dah's population is made up of Lalafells, this makes the hills of Thanalan a perfect feeding ground for the giant Scalekin. And this is why the Brass Blades are constantly seeking volunteers to travel to the hills and slay the creatures before they find their next meal. So, what this is basically it's a quest that you can pick up from one of these people here. And this is a repeatable quest that you can do over and over as long as you have allowances available. And as you can see, we have 8 allowances available right now. As time goes on, you accrue more allowances, and you can cap out after at 100 of them. You gain more allowances every 6 hours, I believe. So, let's go ahead and accept this one. It has a time limit of 20 minutes. Marvelous. A word of warning. When near death, beasts are wont to flee to their kin. Slay the beast quickly, lest you become a meal for its mates. Open your journal under duty in the main menu, and begin the selected live quest by pressing the initiate button. When a soft-skinned beast feels overmatched, it will flee the battle. If it reaches a certain distance, then another soft-skinned beast will appear. The live quest objective can be more easily achieved by slaying the fleeing creature before it is joined by more of its kind. So, initiating a leave quest. To initiate a leave quest, first open your journal via the duty selection of the main menu, or by pressing J on your keyboard. Next, select the leave quest to bring up a detailed description of its objectives and rewards. Clicking on the map button will show you the approximate location of the leave quest objectives. Though you can initiate a live quest at any time while in the corresponding area, it is recommended that you wait until you are close to the objectives before doing so. This will increase your chances of becoming eligible for completion bonuses. And that's correct, because there is a bonus that you can get for how fast you complete it. So starting it right here, when we're going to have to go over to the west, is actually not recommended. Once you've arrived, open the journal, select the leave quest, and click on Initiate to begin your duty. And this is going over how you actually accept the leave quests. Here we go. Leave quests are required to accept leave allowances are required. You will be granted 3 leave allowances every 12 hours, up to a maximum of 100. You may accept as many as 16 leave quests at once. Okay, so let's bring up the journal, and let's go over here, map. And this circle right here, it's kind of like to see it, but this is basically where we need to go. Okay, so now that we've arrived, let's go ahead and open up the journal. Let's click Initiate. And Let's see. Your home point is not set to an Aetheryte in this area. If you return to your current home point at any time during the leave quest, you will automatically abandon the duty. Proceed. That's fine. Typically, you won't be set that way anyway. Alright, so we have the ability to also increase the difficulty on this to increase the amount of experience awarded. I think I'm going to bring it up by 1 level. Alright, so there is the soft skin piece. Once you have initiated a leave quest, the location of your quest objectives will be displayed on the minimap. Leave targets can also be identified by the distinguishing icon displayed above their name, and that is this card-looking icon here. When you initiate a leave quest... Okay, this guy's trying to run away. There we go, he's down. Oh, that closed that out. Alright, let's return to Horizon. Okay, so collecting leave quest rewards. When all leave quest objectives have been completed, you will be given the option to return immediately to the issuing leave mate and collect your reward, though rewards can be collected at any time from any leave mate in Eorzea. So what you can do, since a lot of these are going to happen in the same area, you can actually take care of a bunch of them all at the same time and then return to someone like Totanoa to collect. But of course you've triumphed. Here's your well-earned reward. So, a bonus has been awarded based on difficulty. A bonus has been awarded based on speed of completion. And so, we get all this experience in Gil, and we're also getting our first belt. Given your stellar performance, I see no reason to deny you our official leaves. An industrialist individual like yourself could earn a great deal of coin here in Horizon. And we can also pick up new gear here, but this leather jacket is the same as what we've got on right now. This is for a caster, so let's go with the bronze piece. And let's put that belt on. And once again, update the gear set. And let's talk to Totanoa again. Totanoa believes you are ready to join a guild hest. While I heartily encourage you to partake of my guild leaves, should you seek a different sort of challenge, you might also consider joining a guild hest. If you wish to know more, pray speak to the battle warden, Lost Rabbit. I will inform her of your success against the piece so that there are no doubts as to your abilities. You needn't say a word, adventurer. I could hear Totanoa quite well from here. As this would be your first time joining us, allow me a moment to explain in detail just what exactly a guild hest entails. More than a simple leave quest, but not quite as realm-shaking as a grand company outing, guild hests will test your ability to work together with a small party of battle companions to overcome not-so-small obstacles. The duty is taxing, but the coin is decent, and you will be helping maintain the safety of Eorzea and the well-being of her citizens. If what I described appeals to you, pray speak to me again to join a guild hest. And let's take the potion as the option. Okay, and we got more things unlocking here. So, the Duty Finder. By unlocking the Duty Finder, you can now undertake multiplayer duties without having to form a party on your own. Press the U key or select Duty Finder under Duty from the main menu to bring up the Finder interface. Guild Hests. Guild Hests are special operations organized by adventurers guilds and overseen by NPCs known as Battle Wardens. Speaking with a Battle Warden displays a list of all Guild Hests currently available. Please note, however, that each operation has conditions such as level or class that must be met by all party members before the duty can be commenced. At first, you may find that a limited number of Guild Hests are accessible, but do not worry. As you progress in level, the number will grow. Now, this is going to go up to level 40, after which point no more Guild Hests will be available. Instead, we'll be going into dungeons at that point, which we'll get to when we get there. Guild tests can be accessed via the duty finder, removing the hassle of having to try and gather a party. So, let's talk to Lost Rabbit. Greetings, adventurer. I am the Battle Warden dispatched by the Adventurers Guild and tasked with recruiting volunteers to participate in operations known by the quaint moniker Guild Tests. So, let's join a Guild Test. Using the duty finder, first highlight a duty from the list and press the join button to begin the matching process. A padlock icon indicates duties that cannot be accessed until you've achieved certain requirements such as level or quest completion. Once you have registered, you can view the duty particulars, including party and server status, by selecting Duty Finder and from the duty list. When your party has been successfully formed, a confirmation prompt will appear. Remember, it is a good practice to work out a battle plan with your party before rushing headlong into an instance. That is mostly the case, but most players at this point know how to handle these without saying much of a word. So, let's join our first guild test. And what we can do is we can click on this right here, Duty Finder, and this will tell us the details of the party that's being formed. So it's saying we have less than 5 minutes to wait here. We're going to be the only tank, and with this there's also going to be a healer and 2 DPS. This forms what is called a light party. There are also party sizes of 8 players as well as a party size of 24 players, but we're going into something that only has 4. Now, while we're waiting for this to pop up, I want to start to make my way back over to Ul'dah. So, let's go ahead and cast Return. And you're able to leave the area and still be in queue. Let's head over to the Adventurers Guild here. And let's talk to Otopa Potopa. Good evening to you, adventurer. How may I serve you? Let us retire to an inn room. As you wish, sir, right this way. And we can head into an inn room and still be in queue. So, let's see. We're still waiting for players at this point here, so let me do a couple of things here. At this point, let's go ahead and dismiss our minion. Let's see. Actually, that's going to bring out the chick. Here we go. And what I want to do is, now that we're starting to get into party-based gameplay, I want to work with my UI a little bit here to get it the way I actually like it to typically be. So, let's bring the chat over here, and let's expand it just a little bit, like this. And now let's go under System, and we're going to go under HUD Layout. And this basically gives you access to control everything that you want in the game, in terms of how the UI looks. Now, what we need to do is a few things here. What we're going to do is we're going to grab the guild. Let's grab the main menu. That goes right down here, and the guild goes next to it. Inventory. Let's just put there for... Whoops. Okay, let's save this for now, and the duty is ready. So, let's commence. Okay. Now, we're not going to have time to read all this here. So, I'm just going to cancel out of it. Okay. So, let's go and take on the first group of enemies here. I'm going to cast Flash. That's going to grab their attention so that everybody else doesn't have to worry. And you always want to make sure that you're doing your enmity combo while you're in a group like this. That way you can stay ahead of the group, and they don't have to worry about taking damage. Okay, and now we've got this right here. This is a hazardous zone. When participating in guild tests, you may notice that an area are colored differently than the surrounding landscape. Okay, this group has now popped up. Let's go ahead and flash them all. And I'm going to continue using flash because there are so many here. I'm also going to pop the rest of my cooldowns. And make sure you're always cycling through the enemies as you're doing your enmity combo. Now, one thing I will also note is at the earlier levels, it is a lot harder to keep enmity than it is at later levels. Specifically, gladiators eventually gain an ability called Shield Oath, which increases further the amount of enmity that you generate. Now, player commendation. This allows you to select a player that did well and basically give them a sort of a thing saying good job. Now, guild test rewards. If you successfully complete all guild test objectives in the time allotted, you will be eligible for a reward. Speak with the battle warden overseeing the operation to collect it. And then, yeah, this is just talking about player commendation. Commendations can be accumulated over time by receiving a certain amount. You will unlock achievements that grant special rewards. Haha, fine display for a first-timer. Here's your well-earned coin. I've tossed in a little something extra to sweeten the deal, so that you might consider coming back. A bonus has been added to your reward for completing the Hest as a gladiator for the first time. An additional bonus has been added for your party completing the operation without suffering a single KO. And there we go. There is the completion bonus. And that is it for the guild test. And if we go under here again, we now have under the armor, which is another guild test that's available. We also have the duty roulette available now. And what this is, well, let's read this here. When using the duty roulette, you will be assigned a random duty from among those you have unlocked. In return for leaving your destination in the hands of fate, you will receive enhanced rewards. Furthermore, should you happen to be an adventurer in need, that is to say your role is in short supply, you will receive an additional bonus. So, in this particular case, tank is needed, but I want to get back to editing my UI at this point here. Because at this point, I do want to start winding things down for today. We've gone for over 4 hours at this point, and I just want to make sure that I think this is a good point to stop. We've got a person that's missing that we need to find over in Central Thanalan, and I think that will make a good thing for us to start with next time. So, in terms of getting everything the way I like it here, I'm going to move the server information up here, and this is going to go next to this right here, this red icon, or these red numbers that you're seeing here. This is actually Fraps that's running, and the reason I have it on screen here is so I can make sure that my backup is still recording as well. And if anybody ever happens to see this switch from red to yellow, please let me know immediately, because that means something happened with the backup video I'm recording, and I want to get that restarted as quickly as I can. Now, the duty list, we're going to move that up. Actually, we're going to move it a little bit closer down here, because the inventory grid is going to go up here. Let's see, I think that's about where I like it. We can just pull over a little bit. We'll double check this once we're done here. Duty list goes underneath that. Notices goes right here. There we go. And now, hotbar 10. Right here. Hotbar 9. and hotbar 8. Okay, now we need to double-click... no, we need to right-click to enable. I do want to be able to see those. Let's bring the experience bar down here. The parameter bar goes above that. And now let's start to bring down the hotbars. I typically keep 3 hotbars. And then we can put the progress bar above that. And then the pet hotbar can go up here. The rest of these we can pretty much just shove over here because I'm not going to be using them. Let's see, limit gauge. We can put that over here. Party list over here. Focus target. That is actually really important to keep track of. Let's see, move it a little bit to the right. Target bar. And then Alliance List 1 and 2. And that should get me to the way I like things. Let me just double check this. HUD layout saved. And yes, that looks pretty close. So, there's still one other thing that we need to do here, and that is we need to go through and make some keybind changes here. So, hotbar. We're going to be disconnecting a lot of things here, but that's fine. I prefer to use Shift rather than Control to get to my second hotbar. I won't have enough things that I would ever need to have hotkeys for my third hotbar. Okay, so that's all of that. And now the other thing that we need to do here, we need to go down to hotbar 10, and we need to assign these as well. So that's going to become period. This is going to be 3, 6, and 9. Up to hotbar 9. We don't have anything for slot 12. But this becomes 2, 5, and 8. And now for this, 0, 1, 4, and 7. So that pretty much gets everything the way I like it. Now, I do need to put these back in. Confirm. And cancel. And beyond that, the only other thing... Shortcut. I like to assign Control-T to teleport. And the party finder, I like to do Control-P. Was there anything else? I think that's it. Targeting stays the same. Yep, there we go. Okay. And then there's a couple of other settings I like to change here. So, inventory settings, I like to set this to expanded. And let's click this to dim unequipable gear. These are all kind of life of, these are basically just settings that kind of make things easier to work with within the game. So, in terms of display name settings, I don't think we need to see that anymore. Now, for this, for party members, let's set the forename abbreviated. Actually, no, the surname abbreviated. Whoa, how'd that pop up? Okay, there we go. Apply that. Okay, hotbar settings. We can hide unassigned slots, which is fine. We do want to see recast times. We don't need to see the hotbar numbers. We don't want to enable hotbar cycling. And that should be it for this. Sharing. Actually, let's see. Okay, sharing. So what this does is, if you wanted to make each class have a unique hotbar, then you could dim these out, and that would make them unique. Cross, this has to do with if you're using a controller. And same thing here. I do like to enable timestamps. Let's see. So log details, here we go, add timestamp. Okay, so now we can see the time over here. And now all that's left is the system configuration. And most of these should actually be already set the way I like it. Yeah, because it looks like these actually carried over from my main character. Okay. So with that, we're going to wind things down for today. And let me thank you for joining me today in the first episode of Final Fantasy XIV. We got a lot done today. I'm not certain when the next episode is going to happen. Like I said, this is going to happen when I have time for it. But I'm glad that I was at least able to stream for quite a number of hours here. So this should be plenty to keep you busy with for the time being if you didn't join me at the start here. Anyway, this is Prince Brightstar signing off. I'll catch you next time.